Morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning. Got Mr. Linus.
I'm not sure we're going to have Mr. Linus today,
No.
are we? I think he said that it
Right,
was
excellent.
very unlikely
Right,
that HE would
right.
be here.
Lovely. Okay, to some housekeeping matters then first. I spent some time looking over the suggested conditions, and I sent over my initial thoughts and comments there. There's a lot on there, but they are only initial thoughts. I've just kind of gone through them quite quickly rather than in lots and lots of detail, but hopefully you've got those to be working on to
Thank you,
look at
ma'am.
possible revisions. And one thing that occurred to me, Mr. Firkins on the first day suggested a number of conditions that he felt were appropriate. So I'll need your views on those as well at some stage, please.
Yes, I think we may touch on a couple of those points, ma'am, when we come to that sustainability.
And then the last thing on my list is the correspondence that I've seen about letters that have been going out, apparently sent out by the applicant. Are you able to enlighten us on some of that, Mr. Warren?
Is this the point about the supporters?
Yes,
ma'am. That point, yeah. Yes, I certainly can do, ma'am. We've talked about it when we received your email within the team, and I've got three particular things to say about it. The first is just to set the scene, ma'am, in terms that you'll understand, I think, from other cases, that in this one, as in lots of large developments, several exercises to engage with local people and to elicit support from them have been undertaken. It's often more difficult to elicit support than it is to elicit objections, because, as you know, objectors tend to be a little bit more forthcoming and vocal. That's not to say either is more valid, but it's a very common exercise that's taken place. It's been undertaken by some well-respected companies that operate in that field, working on behalf of the applicant as well as the applicant itself. What I'd quite like to do, ma'am, rather than just leave it at a high level of generality or in open inquiry descend to all the minutiae, is just to put a note in, which is a factual note, which explains who's done what in that respect. Just because I don't want it's partly, you'll appreciate, ma'am, aimed at the Secretary of State and the officials at the department as well as you, just to make sure there's no misunderstanding about exactly what was done, and that's probably best done in writing. We've got plenty of time, obviously, for that to be viewed by Ms. Strike and her team and others. But I think that's the most appropriate way to explain the different exercises that have taken place. That's the first thing I wanted to say. The second is I can see from the correspondence that, at least in one person's respect, I don't know whether this is something that goes any wider than that, there is the potential for somebody to have been identified as a supporter when they aren't, whether they never were or they aren't anymore, but aren't anyway properly to be regarded as a supporter. Now, ma'am, that does sometimes happen in these large exercises, and sometimes it's a mistake and sometimes other things have got in the way. But what we would suggest, I think, we don't know who that person is, but in order to ensure that they're not listed in any form that's received by you or the Secretary of State as a supporter when they're not, our suggestion is that that person identifies who they are to the programme officer and to you, ma'am. They could do it through the applicant, but it's probably better, I think, at this stage they do it directly to you. And if they want to make it very clear that that name is not the name of a supporter, that's probably the best way to do it. It's the simplest way that we can see to do it. That's the second point I wanted to make. And the third point is about timing of letters and so on. Ma'am, I've obviously heard you on a couple of occasions during the inquiry say that things are late and they shouldn't be put in and so on. And I think that was your initial reaction to a set of representations that the applicant put in or tried to put in earlier on in the inquiry. And I think, ma'am, a couple of things about it. The first is that in the end, whether they're organised, as it were, through companies, communications companies, or they're not. They're just people writing. They're not evidence. Obviously, they're people expressing their yes or no support or objection. We will probably make sure that anybody who did express those views was seen by the Secretary of State. So in the end, I suspect those things would be sent directly to the Secretary of State post the inquiry.
That's why the case officers have accepted them, because it's a Secretary of State case.
Yeah. I appreciate
the timing of it. Why is it happening so late in proceedings? Why was...
I think it's partly, ma'am, because it's an ongoing process. I don't say that by way of excuse. I think that's just identifying what's happened. But it's an ongoing process even now. I mean, obviously we're live streamed, lots of people are watching, and people are, forming their views still, both pro and con the scheme. So I don't think that I certainly can't, on behalf of the applicant, say that people won't be, submitting further objections or letters of support or expressions of support from now on. Now, ma'am, the best way for that to happen may be for them to go, like the other ones, directly through to the Secretary of State rather than
they're coming
to you.
Police officer, so they all have to be reported in my report to the Secretary of State. All the comments that are in them.
I'd appreciate that, ma'am. All I'm identifying, I think, is in a sense, I don't think there's anything objectionable in principle about people making representations either against or for the scheme, right up until we finish the inquiry, or indeed afterwards directly to the Secretary of State. And in terms of managing the process, anything that comes from or through the applicant's team, we've tried to collect it together, and that's that bunch that you saw a week or so ago. The other potential letters and so on may come in. I think we can't control that really. Ad hoc.
I think of particular concern to Ms. Stryak's team was that there's the suggestion that certainly one person was identified as a supporter who they know is an objector, and that a letter was sent in apparently of support by somebody who says that they didn't.
I understand that, ma'am, and as I say, if that has happened, then obviously that's regrettable and it shouldn't have happened. There's been a mistake, but it's not been done on purpose to misrepresent that person's views. The process is, there are different processes, as I say. I won't go into the detail of it now, but that kind of thing does sometimes happen with large-scale exercises. But the really important thing is that if that person their views haven't been represented correctly, then we need to make sure it's corrected and make sure that you and the Secretary of State have got the right picture, which is why I suggested that person identifies themselves to you. I don't think there's any particular problem with that.
Thank you. Does that raise anything for you, Ms. Stryak?
Yes, we're obviously very concerned about this. We don't know how we've had one report of a letter that was supposedly sent from a local resident where he definitely did not support it, and that was the letter that I included yesterday, anonymised, and we don't know how many more of those there are. There's also then the emails that are going out to supporters with incorrect information anyway, saying that the inquiry is starting in a month's time. We also understand that there is canvassing at the Tesco store and people are being accosted for their support and leaflets given out. So I think the whole process is of concern to us. And I think particularly, we don't know how many of those 154 letters of support are true or not. We've come across one, who knows how many there are. So we would be asking for this whole process to be stopped, please.
Well, we can't do that. That's not possible. But I've got a note of your concerns, and if the people that you know who you feel are being misrepresented, if they want to submit something to the PINS case officer, we can put those on record.
Okay, so I am. So we will be awaiting some more information from the applicant about this whole situation. Yes, Mr. Warren?
What sort of information are you
Sorry,
on?
I think Mr. Warren said that he was going to put something in writing about
yes.
what has happened, so we can investigate this further. But I think we will be taking this further because this is very unsatisfactory and it is upsetting local residents.
You're on mute, Mr. Warren.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll put a note in. You're quite right, Ms. Strike, as I said earlier, because it's important the Secretary of State and the Inspector and your group understand the processes that have, which, as I say, are maybe not for the locals, but in terms of development practice and inquiries and so on, in general, common exercises that are undertaken on these occasions, so you can see it. At the moment, I think I'm a little bit resistant to the suggestion that one person having been misidentified is an indication that the entire exercise is wrong. I'm afraid that isn't an inference one can or should make, Ms. Strike. So see the note about the processes. If other people are identified wrongly, then they must obviously come forward. But at the moment, we've had one person being identified, which I have to say, given the scale of the exercise, doesn't surprise me as an outcome. The second point, I'm afraid, accosting people outside Tesco. This isn't, one person's being accosted is another person's engagement with the public, I'm afraid. And so it may be uncomfortable for local people that the applicants and people on their behalf are seeking to understand people's views, indeed even to persuade them to support the scheme. But that I'm afraid is part of the exercise. The objectors have done very much the same thing. So I'm afraid that is absolutely legitimate and you shouldn't have any concerns about that in principle at all.
Sorry, I will continue to have concerns, and there's also the issue of in the letter from the council that we received in December, where it said that all representations were to be received by the 14th of January. So I don't understand why additional representations can now be made.
If I might sort of jump in on that issue very briefly. Ms. Strike, in terms of representations, we as an authority have at various points, I think, in this process, set deadlines, and I use that term loosely, for submission of representations to us as planning authority. The local planning authority always has a discretion to accept submissions made after any particular deadline, and indeed will generally look to accommodate representations whenever they are made, because we want the fullest number of people to have the fullest opportunity to say their piece. That is the local authority's position. We are now no longer in a position where the local planning authority has charge of these proceedings, because the Secretary of State has directed that a public inquiry be held, and that effectively the decision be taken by the Secretary of State. Now, we are therefore in a new scenario, and insofar as representations continue to be made, that is largely a matter, well, it is a matter in this instance for the inspector, but of course, you would appreciate that ongoing throughout these proceedings, and indeed, Mr. Strike, and I've spent the last couple of days looking at documents, new documents and representations that you yourself are putting in. So it is something of a movable feast. We try and maintain a structure so far as possible, but there is obviously flex in the system. And as I say, new documents continue to be put in, and with the agreement of all parties, those documents are then considered by the inspector and will inform a recommendation to the Secretary of State. So Madam, I suppose I'm slightly cutting across your position there, but what I'm seeking to do is explain rather to Ms. Stryak the extent to which we as an authority have control of the system. That then passes on to yourself and the planning inspectorate, and the flexibility that the parties seek to employ in that context.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else that's arisen over the adjournment that I need to be made aware of?
Madam, sorry, Mr. Brown.
No, go on, Mr. Booth, you go first.
Very briefly, I think that there a number of documents have been put in, Madam. I was touching on that a moment ago. I don't know whether you're going to deal with those separately, but it was just really to touch base on a couple of those. I don't intend to reference all the ones that AUGRA has put in at this stage. But, Ma'am, I think there was in particular a request from AUGRA that it be able to put in consultation responses received from Transport for London on the 10th of December 2020 and the 18th of December 2020. And also there's a representation from them dated 18th January 21, commenting on those. Madam, I hope it's reached you that the council is certainly happy for those representations from TfL to go in, and also the AUGRA representation associated with them. But what we do say is that it's important that if you're accepting that documentation, you also accept the subsequent updating representations made by Transport for London. Ma'am, I don't know if those have reached you, but those are both March 2021 representations. And the reason I'm flagging it now is because one of those is incorrectly dated 26 March 2020, and the other one is dated 26 March 21. In fact, they're both March 21 documents. I thought I'd better flag that at the outset before there was any confusion.
Okay. As long as it's the full set, then I'm happy to, rather than just a partial set of the documents, happy to accept those to the library. But again, with a covering note, then just explaining that date.
Well, Madam, in that case, I'll make sure that the council put in, as well as in the library, put in a covering note confirming that one of those two March 2021 documents happily has the date March 2020.
So, I mean, and these will be referred to by somebody in due course, will they?
Ma'am, I think, and I don't know, but I think it's likely that they're going to be referred to today.
I don't want to be accepting documents just for the sake of accepting.
No.
There's a lot to come in when they should be a minimum coming in at this stage.
Yes, Madam, it's not that we're looking to put in further documents, but as I say, AUGRA, understandably, they want to put in a document from TfL, and we say that if they want you to have that, you must have the subsequent document.
I'm happy with that, but it's just we're up to 34 inquiry document. I appreciate some of those were the statements from speakers on day one. That's normal, but there's a lot of documents coming in when really they should have all been flagged up in evidence if people were looking to rely on them, and gone in as core documents so that everybody's had a chance to have a look at them. But there we go. So I'm happy to accept those then if they can go up to the library. Anything else? So I think Mr. Warren was next, then I'll come to you, Mr. Stryack.
We're obviously happy with the full set of TfL documents going in as well. You made a point, ma'am, just to record about ensuring that we had not just on the council's website and in the questionnaire, but on the core documents list, all of the original ES documents. So they're being put up at the moment, just to record that we've taken that point on board and are doing it. And the other point I did say the other day when we were having our long session about when we might be able to resume, that I just needed to take instructions about the September. If you remember, I've done that, and I can confirm that date that we've now got in the diary, I think, for the week of the 26th is fine, luckily. So that's fine. I think there's a bit of an update on venue as well, isn't there, Mr. Booth?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warren. Just to confirm, Madam, if this hasn't reached you, the council has been able to secure a venue for that week of the 26th of September. And Madam, it is in fact the same venue, i.e. the 6th floor at Hounslow House. So we have that reserved for the week. And I can also confirm that the event will be live streamed. And I can also confirm that there will be video facilities sufficient to enable Dr. Mealy to play the video and speak to it.
Okay, thank you. Strike.
Yes, sorry, we're happy to accept all the TfL documents. Our only concern was that we didn't know about the March 2021 documents. We hadn't been informed of them. This is the first time we've seen them. They weren't on the planning portal, and we wonder whether the planning committee members had access to them.
Right. Madam, that's not something I can comment on immediately. I'm going to have to take instructions on that. I have absolutely no reason to believe that the council and that members weren't fully aware of those documents. And in any event, of course, Madam, the application is not before the local planning authority, it is before the Secretary of State and indeed before you, Madam. So it's a question of these documents and what they say to you and the Secretary of State as opposed to what they said to anybody else.
Okay, so one place to check might be the officer's report, see if they're referenced in there.
Madam, that's my thoughts exactly. And of course, I can't do that just at this moment, but yes, we will do.
I think just for your note, ma'am, in relation to that, in the 8th of April committee report, the full set of comments I think are summarised, including the March 21 reps. So in due course, you can have chapter and verse, ma'am, and have a look at those.
So, Madam, I'm being told by the team that they are actually referred to in the committee report, and indeed they were part of the representations sent to PINS, and they're referred to in stage 2 of the GLA response as well. So, Madam, unequivocally, those documents were before the council, and now they are before you.
Thank you. Okay, anything else? No. So on to the first of the roundtable sessions then. So this first one is to do with local infrastructure. Hopefully everybody's got sight of the agenda for the session. So first item on the agenda is public transport and the implications of the developments on public transport provision in the provision and efficacy, I suppose, in the area.
Just before we start, ma'am, I do beg your pardon. It's entirely my fault. I should have done this earlier. The moment passed by. Mr. Roberts is obviously going to be our main speaker on these roundtable sessions, but for this one, he's supported by Mr. Andrew Ward of Royal Haskening, who's the public transport and transportation consultant who's been involved in the project, and Andy Ward. He's on the screen actually at the moment, so you can see him, and indeed his name. So that just to let you know our cost, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I need a note of Mr. Ward. I need a note of your job title and who you work for, please. I didn't have you as one of the witnesses, so.
No, I meant to say that as well, ma'am. We'll provide that in an email to the programme officer. But when he first speaks, Mr. Ward, if when you first speak, you can just say who you are. Yeah. Thank you.
And Madam, similarly for the local authority, Mr. Smith, who you have a proof of evidence from, is going to lead the discussion, but he is also going to be assisted by Mr. Heslop of the council, who indeed is responsible for the note on highways and infrastructure appended to Mr. Smith's proof. So Mr. Heslop will be speaking in addition to Mr. Smith.
So again, can I ask you to drop a note to the PINS case officer with his full name, job title, and again, in both cases, for any relevant qualifications that need recording on the appearances list.
Absolutely, Madam. We'll do that this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think first on the list then we've got the PTAL rating of the site, with both sites. So I think the concerns from OGRA was how the development has responds to the poor PTAL ratings for the site, and I think there's some suggestion that the ratings might fall further still as services decline in the area. So does that summarise your case, Ms. Striak?
So I have two colleagues with me, John McNulty and Dominic West, and we're just going to swap seats, and John McNulty will be answering on or speaking on this session. So if you just give us a moment, please. There we go.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning. So you're Mr. McNulty.
John McNulty.
Yeah.
Morning to everyone else. Right, the PTAL. The synopsis of our case really is that it's a fact the existing PTALs are poor, primarily 2 for both sites, as forecast to 2031, out of a range of 0 to 6B. So it's right at the bottom end of the scale. So very low connectivity and accessibility to jobs, services, amenities, and to the public transport network. And we see no funded projects that would improve this. There is a £1.7 million Section 106 contribution to bus services, but that will make little difference to the PTAL level. Now, UGRA believes this to be totally inadequate for developments of this scale and density. We have on our proof of evidence and made reference to some key documents like TfL's Assessing Transport Connectivity in London, which is core document 10.54, in particular chapter 2. London Plan 2021, which is core document 6.2, and we've referenced policy D2, D3, T4, and SD1, for example. We can come back to that later. But the London Plan is quite clear about the need for sufficient connectivity to support development, that the large scale and high density developments should be in locations that are well connected, and that the infrastructure should be in place before those developments occur, and indeed that the scale of development should be reconsidered where the additional infrastructure cannot be delivered. The other document that we would point to is we have done is the Great West Corridor Master Plan and Capacity Study 2020, which is core document 10.39. Now, it has clearly identified this poor PTAL as a major constraint on development that needs to be addressed, particularly in the western part of the opportunity area, which is the location of these 2 proposals. And that's in clause 2.6.3 of the study. It also goes on in clause 7.2 to say that it requires an ambitious package of transport interventions to raise the PTAL levels to enable the full scale of development. Now, the Great West Corridor Strategic Transport Study 2019, carried out by TfL and London Borough of Hounslow, and that's in a number of places, but it's in, for one place, it's in Appendix 7 to Simon Roberts' planning proof. And in that, they identified 2 intervention packages, a bus package and a rail package. But the study concludes that if both those packages were delivered together, these would at best achieve a PTAL of 3 for the Tesco site, perhaps 4 for the Homebase site. But the rail and bus rapid transit package is more complex and more difficult to fund and deliver. So it's recognizing the possibility that those will not be delivered for some time, if ever. And it says if these aspiration schemes are ultimately not funded and delivered, other schemes would need to be identified, funded, and delivered. And as with regard to the bus package, this is largely unfunded, apart from the £1.7 million contribution. And TfL do not have funding, as we've set out in our proof of evidence. As far as, so we talked about the only contribution that we're aware of is the £1.7 million Section 106 contribution. We know that Hounslows Infrastructure Delivery Plan has identified potential contributions to various schemes, but as far as we're aware, none of those are actually confirmed and committed, and they all have massive funding gaps. So our concern is that the reality is that the poor PTAL will prevail and present a constraint to development for the foreseeable future. We note the London Plan does permit consideration of planned infrastructure, but UGRA believes that the schemes that are listed are quite aspirational. We know from our experience that schemes often are planned for very long periods of time, decades, and never see the light of day because of a range of reasons. The difficulty in making a business case, proving value for money, changing circumstances. Affordability is always the biggest issue. Priority of funding. So we're concerned that we can't rely on these schemes materializing, given the absence of or knowledge or certainty about who would fund which schemes and when, if ever. As I say, the gestation period for rail schemes, for inception through multiple feasibility stages to the seeking powers, approvals, funding, and delivery, are notoriously long, typically decades long. So that's the heart of our case, really.
Okay, thank you very much. So who'd like to respond to that?
Well, can I ask Mr. Roberts to perhaps go first? We'll probably, there's quite a lot there. Obviously, that was a full summary, I think, of all of the main points of Ogra's case on this. So could we take it in stages and deal with PTAL first, and then come on to infrastructure points and contributions and schemes that might come forward? Mr. Roberts, would you like to take it steadily and go through from PTAL onwards? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so if we start with PTAL first, so just in terms of confirmation of the actual PTAL ratings, that's within paragraph 5.1.2 of our roundtable statement, which was obviously prepared with these sessions in mind. So PTAL is 2 across most of both of the sites, but there is a small part of the Homebase site which is PTAL 3, which is closest to the Siren Lane station, and there's a small part of the Tesco site which is the small element on the northwestern side of McFarlane Lane, which is within PTAL 1, which as you'll recall from the proposals and the design discussions, that's where the 2-storey houses are proposed and sits within the conservation area. Just generally on PTAL, this is the public transport connectivity generally is discussed in 6.3 of the transport assessments, same reference for both of them. So they're at core documents 3.7 and 4.8. It's noted, obviously, PTAL is quite a crude assessment based on 100 square meter squares rather than a site-based assessment. It doesn't take account of multimodal travel. So in this situation, the access to the Piccadilly line is quite important, and residents at both of these sites would be able to get a bus to Osterley station. So the H91 bus runs every 7 to 11 minutes from a bus stop outside the Homebase site, which has a 5 to 6 minute journey time. So although it is outside of the walking distance to from the sites to Osterley station, in reality, how people actually use it day to day, it has relatively good connectivity. And there are also a number of other bus routes which are within an 800 metre walking distance, which is considered a reasonable walking distance, but they're not counted by the PTAL assessment. So I think that's, the broad point on PTAL there is, yes, PTAL 2 over most of the sites, but doesn't perhaps reflect the true accessibility of both of the sites. So then if I come on to the consideration then of future improvements, there were a couple of policy references in there. So policy D2 of the London Plan, so part A of D2, so that's at core document 6.2.25. This was a reference, just to clarify, it's actually that the density of development should consider and be linked to future planned levels of infrastructure rather than existing levels. So it's clearly a material relevant consideration that there are these planned improvements to infrastructure in the area. There was a point that's been made in Ogra's statements about the infrastructure improvements needing to be in place prior to development, and again, in terms of the policy references, so part B of D2, and there's a similar reference in policy T4, So just to give you those references, so policy D2, which is at core document 6.2.25, it states that where there's insufficient capacity in the existing infrastructure, then the development may need to be contingent on the provision of new infrastructure and phased accordingly. And there's a similar reference there again in policy T4 part D, which is core document CD 6.2.40. So again, 6.2.40. 40, yeah. Again, it's about where excuse me, where the public where the public transport improvements need to be in place is where the existing public capacity is insufficient. And I think this is a really important point here is that the transport assessments have been prepared and the public transport capacity has been assessed based on the current levels of public transport provision. So that's in both the transport assessments. It's been assessed by London Borough of Hounslow, it's been assessed by TfL, it's been assessed by South Western Trains, and the conclusion is that there is adequate capacity providing the mitigations that within the obligations and conditions are secured. So it's clear that there isn't insufficient capacity within the existing infrastructure when you take into account that mitigation. So the key elements of mitigation that are provided as part of this development, there's the 1.7 million contribution towards buses, which has been referenced, and there's also a contribution towards Osterley Tube Station of 124,000 as part of the Tesco development. So the 1.7 million contribution towards buses is across both developments, but would be it's within the Homebase section 106.
But the money, the Osterley station is not any. It's not for the services, is it? It's just improvements to unspecified improvements to the station, I think.
So yeah, so there was an assessment that's appended to the transport assessment, looking at the capacity issues within Osterley station. So it doesn't increase capacity on the line; it increases capacity within the station. It's nominally, I think, to provide an extra gate within the station.
You said that the transport assessments assessed capacity on current levels of public transport provision, but I understand from the evidence of OGRA that there's services are being reduced.
So there are the services with the rail services running through Cyan Lane Station. There has been a reduction there in terms of the frequency of the services as a result of the reduction in use as a result of during the COVID pandemic. So it's not something that's specific to Cyan Lane Station or to this line. It's something that's happening across the whole rail network, that as demand has reduced, services have reduced in frequency and they're being reviewed as demand increases.
So has the scheme or the schemes been assessed against that reduced service?
No, the assessment was undertaken based on pre-COVID levels of use to ensure that once, as anticipated, demand picks up again in the future, that it reflects a true capacity rather than something that was reduced during the COVID times.
I think, ma'am, if I can chip in, it's important to note in that respect, as you'll see in the TA, that the reduction in the services, and we're talking about both sets of services, has been in direct response to COVID. So it's about the demand. It's not in response to any other restriction. So, and we have no information, for instance, about anything having been decommissioned or the original pre-COVID levels not being able to be re-established if demand increases. That's why we've taken that approach, and it's supported by TfL.
Madam, on that specific point as well, and you'll hear later from, well, briefly at least, from Mr. Smith and or Mr. Heslop, but on that rail point, they will be able to assist you with recent developments in that regard, namely that the that SWR have, I think it's December 21, undertaken consultation in relation to effectively, how can I put it, returning to pre-pandemic services, and the expectation being, and indeed the subject of the consultation response being, that not only peak arrivals but off-peak services will return to 4 services per hour. During the pandemic, they were reduced from 4 to 2, and it's a question of those going back to 4. So that's what was the subject of consultation very recently, and that's what's anticipated. But as I say, if you have questions, Mr. Smith, Mr. Heslop, be able to assist.
Anything you needed to add, Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Mark. Good morning. Yeah, as a general point, you'll have seen from our written evidence that Mr. Roberts and I are aligned, so I won't repeat things unnecessarily. But just a quick summary on this point. I think Mr. Roberts is right. You know, the PTAL is a statement of fact, as Mr. McNulty relayed, but it's clearly a blunt instrument. It's the starting point for analysis, and that analysis was, as you will have seen from the vast transport statements that you've received, that analysis was undertaken in consultation, in close consultation with the council, with other statutory groups, including TfL, who are heavily involved in discussions relating to the application, and the conclusions that were reached, by those experts in the field was that the existing public transport capacity can accommodate these developments, subject to the mitigation that you'll have seen has been proposed and agreed. Mr. McNulty talks around the wider planned public transport improvements. Those are designed and are being explored to discuss the delivery of the Great West Corridor master plan as a whole. You'll be aware of the status of that emerging plan. These sites are not the master plan. They are in the opportunity area, and so it's right and proper that their impacts have been assessed as they have been, to establish whether that capacity exists. And as I say, the position is that it does, subject to mitigation. And you'll have seen the TfL correspondence, which concludes that the impacts of the development would be acceptable in consistency with the London plan, noting that Mr. McNulty might not have seen those, but that's clearly the position. So thanks very much, Mark.
Thank you. Can you just give me the reference for the TfL correspondence that you're referring to there, please?
Ma'am, the TfL correspondence is and I've just looked at the core document library, and Madam, the various documents that ALGRA were looking to put in, and that we were looking to put in effectively by way of response.
That's those, is it?
To that, it's those, Madam. They're not on the library website yet, but we'll give you an update on those numbers as and when they go up on the CMS library. But as I say, they are both dated. Well, one of them is incorrectly dated 26 March 2020, but they are both 26 March 2021 documents, and they post-date the 10th December and 18th December 2020 documents that ALGRA has put in. And as Mr. Smith says, they state in terms that, subject to the proposed, TfL regards both the developments as being compliant with policy.
Ma'am, before you go back to Mr. McNulty, could I just ask Mr. Roberts to I think the bits that we hadn't responded to, the main points we hadn't responded to, bus improvements, could we deal with those briefly before you go back?
Sorry, just before Mr. Roberts moves on, the last point, I suppose, I appreciate Mr. Smith has sort of looked to cover ground but not repeat ground that Mr. Roberts is covering, so slightly tagging in and out on that. The one point which you may already have, Madam, but I think which we at the council would look to underscore, is that ALGRA are making repeated reference to public transport improvements which are proposed, but which may not receive funding and may not come to pass. And what it is important, we say, that the inquiry be fully cognizant of is that the assessments undertaken, in particular the view taken by TfL and the council, those assessments are predicated on the infrastructure as it now stands, subject, of course, to the contributions of the 1.7 million as regards buses and that 124,000 in respect of provision of a new gate at Osterley Tube Station. So the developments wash their own face as matters stand. They are not in any way dependent on the delivery of the proposed schemes of infrastructure improvement, such as the Brentford-Southall rail link and so on.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, back to Mr. Warren. Apologies, man.
Mr. Roberts, I think you asked about bus improvements.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Thank you. So yeah, just in terms of that reference that we were talking about in terms of the updated position of TfL is also in the core documents in 8.3, which is the GLA stage 2 and stage 1 reports. So paragraphs 77 and 83 of the Homebase stage 2.
So paragraphs again?
Paragraphs 77 and 83 of the Homebase stage 2 report, and then 81 to 88 of the Tesco stage 2 report. That effectively provides TfL's latest position, which was as of September 2021 when they were considering it as stage 2. So just to come on to the bus improvements, the first important point is that there is TfL are delivering improvements to the E1 bus, which is an extension it currently runs to Greenford to Ealing at the moment, and TfL will be extending it down to the Tesco site to coincide.
So to interrupt, is that happening anyway?
That this is something that's happening anyway. It's connected to the Elizabeth Line Crossrail improvements. So it's intended to be delivered in conjunction with the opening of the Elizabeth Line later in 2022. So what that does is that improves north-south connectivity for buses between the area, and particularly obviously connects to the Crossrail, which itself will significantly improve capacity on the other lines in the area, such as the Piccadilly line and the rail network as well. So that's something it's important, and it's obviously connected to the actual works on the Tesco site as well. But it's being delivered independently by TfL. The bus improvements that are linked directly to the developments related to this 1.7 million cost contribution. Now that's been calculated on the basis of adding 3 buses to each of the H28 bus service and the H91 bus service. And the H91 is the one I mentioned earlier that connects the sites to Osterley Station on the Piccadilly line.
Those are all set out in the SIL compliance statement that we have now. Yeah,
that's right. So they were calculated on the basis of it's 6 additional services, three on each of those, and those form part. Mr. McNulty mentioned the bus package of measures that were in the Great West Corridor Transport Study, which is one of the supporting documents to the Great West Corridor Local Plan. They are part of that bus package of works, and I think that there was just a point to correct there.
Sorry to interrupt you. You said they were part of those, the improvements that are provided for through the section 106 were part of a bus package in, I missed the document that you referred to there.
Yeah, so the Great West Corridor Transport Study.
Yeah.
So this is Appendix 11. It's included at Appendix 11 of our roundtable statement.
I've got that out somewhere, yeah. No. Yes, I've got it, yeah.
Yeah. So a reference in there is Table 13 in that document. There was a reference to the degree of improvements and being reliant on both the rail package and the bus package. But what Table 13 in there shows is that even with the bus package alone, it would increase the PTAL of this area to PTAL 3. And then there's the, if you deliver both together, there's the potential to
that's the full bus
PTAL
package, and the planning obligation is just part of that package. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, that's right. So the planning obligations just relate to those two, to the bus service improvements. Then the wider improvements, so in other bus improvements and other rail improvements, a key part of the funding of those will be developers' contributions. And so these developments collectively, I think it's estimated around £45 million worth of SIL payments. And these projects are listed in the infrastructure delivery plan as things that will be funded by developers' contributions.
Those developers' contributions are necessitated because of the increased demand from the developments that are being proposed. They can't go beyond that, otherwise they wouldn't meet the tests for planning obligations. So it's not improving an existing poor service to make it good, it's just dealing with the increased demand as a consequence of those developments.
That's true in relation to the 106, obviously, and that's why the SIL statement rightly focuses on those things. I think the point that Mr. Roberts was making in respect of SIL is a slightly different point, because that's the SIL contributions themselves, not 122, 106 contributions, but SIL being responsible for a very sizable chunk of the funding for some public transport infrastructure improvements. And I think the £45 million figure that Mr. Roberts was referring to is in that context. It's SIL payments outside the 106 system.
Okay, it's not the contributions.
No.
Thank you. Mr. McNulty.
Yes, thank you, Matt. Yes, picking up a number of things in turn. I think the first thing I would say is, before looking at the particular transport options and interventions, or absence of them, it goes back to the fundamental point about we are told that TfL and GLA and Hounslow Council believe that approval of this development should not be predicated on additional connectivity infrastructure. That the SIL levels as they are envisaged, or as they are currently, with whatever modest bus interventions, will be adequate. Now, I go back to my earlier comments about in fact, the Great West Corridor Master Plan Capacity Study 2020, which identifies at that time that the poor PTAL is a major constraint on development that needs to be addressed, particularly in the western part, and that it requires an ambitious package of transport interventions to fix that. Now we're being told you don't need those intervention packages. It's quite all right, even though the scale of development proposed by the applicant is actually much greater than that which was envisaged at the time. So we're sort of don't understand how we can get from that Great Western Corridor Master Plan assessment to where we are now. We're saying it doesn't really matter. It's all right, and we've not heard anything that really addresses that.
Okay, so we'll take your points one at a time. Mr. Roberts, do you want to respond to that?
Yes. Okay. So I think key references. So there was 2.63 of the Great West Corridor Master Plan, which is, I think there's one Mr. McNulty referenced. There's also other ones to give you, 5.7 and 5.9 of the Great West Corridor Local Plan. this is where you find those comments, and if you read the wording, they're really about the need to improve public transport in order to enhance the attractiveness to employers. It's about making it an attractive location in which to meet those ambitious job targets that are part of the opportunity area. So what I think is important to point out is that neither the Great West Corridor Master Plan nor the draft wording of the Great West Corridor Local Plan says that these improvements need to be in place prior to the housing that's to be delivered is actually occupied.
And Madam, I think that there's a further point that we at the council would make, is that what one has to be careful of conflating these two developments with the opportunity area as a whole, because obviously the opportunity area anticipates a great deal of employment related development and also a great deal of residential development. And whilst improvements in public transport infrastructure are discussed in the context of delivery of the opportunity area as a whole, that is not the same. It is not the same concept by any means as suggesting that those improvements are necessary in order to deliver these two developments.
I could just put some figures around that, Mr. Booth and Mum. The opportunity area as a whole is looking to deliver at least 7,500 new homes and I think around 13,500 jobs. So that's obviously a very different thing to the development proposals that are before you at this inquiry.
Thank you.
And I think, ma'am, the final thing, forgive me, from the applicant's side in response to Mr. McNulty's, how do you said in that document with an approach where apparently we're being told it's all right without, is obviously you do have here a 106 package specific to these two schemes. So it's not a question of saying, in very general terms, you need a lot of public transport improvements and then bringing these schemes forward without anything. That's not the position.
Thank you. Mr. McNulty?
Thank you, Ma'am. Yeah, I think we acknowledge that the opportunity area is a much wider concept, bringing much wider demands. We also acknowledge that the one developer can't fix everything. That it's primarily, in the first instance, a public sector responsibility to ensure that the infrastructure is in place and to capture value from these developments in whatever way to support that and contribute. I go back to the remark that was made earlier that it's not about its essential connectivity. It's about enhancing the attractiveness of the area to investors and whatever. The Great Western Corridor, sorry to repeat this, but I'll read out what it says. Clause 263
of what, sorry?
Oh, sorry, the Great West Corridor Master Plan and Capacity Study, October 2020, which is core document 10.39. It says the public transport.
Then give me the paragraph number again, then, please. Sorry.
It's para 2.6.3.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon. It says public transport accessibility levels are generally low in the study area between 2A and 4, and that's in the overall opportunity area. Levels are particularly low in the western part of the area. For this reason, Sky, GSK and the University of West London operate their own dedicated bus services for their workforce and students. It goes on to say then, this lack of connectivity is a constraint to development that should be addressed by the master plan and is one reason why several larger companies run their own employee shuttle services. And then, if I may go on to para 7.2 of the same document, supporting delivery of growth in the Great West Corridor Western sector. The Western sector has on average lower levels of PTAL than the Eastern sector. Overall, an ambitious package of transport mitigations is therefore needed to increase the PTAL and significant improvements in public transport connectivity, accessibility, and capacity are required to support the full levels of development proposed in this sector. So it's about supporting development. It's not about making it nicer.
So I suspect you'll just, Mr. Smith, Mr. Roberts, you'll just refer back to your previous comments, will you? Yeah. Okay. So shall we move on then? So have we dealt with capacity as part of that discussion? Is there anything, Mr. McNulty, you've disappeared. Mr. McNulty?
I think I just saw them leave.
Disappear.
So they've dropped out.
I don't think on purpose either. Suddenness of it.
See if they come back. Ms. Shuttleworth, have you got a contact telephone number for them?
Yes, I'll get in contact with them.
Thank you. There we go. Striak?
She's showing as, sorry.
Striak, can you hear us? Ah, Mr. McNulty. We can't hear you. I can see that you're not on mute, but do you want to try going on mute and then going on and off on mute just to see if that sorts it? There's something in terms of settings that you need to do if you've got some headphones plugged in, perhaps somewhere that need unplugging.
I think that's the good idea to go and come back, because this is a famous Teams glitch with some operating systems.
Yeah.
That you join and the sound doesn't work, and you just have to have another go, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Happened to me in the Court of Appeal. That was a bit embarrassing to say. It came to me, and I was mouthing away, thinking that I wasn't on mute, and the judges were just looking at me as if I was a complete incompetent. I had to leave and come back. not saying that I'm not, but on that occasion it wasn't my fault.
Here we go.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about that.
Don't worry, it's not your fault. It's just technology.
Yeah, we had to go out and come back in.
Yes.
Yes, no, thank you. Apologies for that. Yes, so just coming back on some of those points, starting with sill, I think it's important to remember that sill is not ring fenced. It goes into a borough-wide pot, and therefore there's no guarantee that the sill monies will make its way into any particular transport or other intervention, given that there are many demands on sill, social and education and health and so on, as well as transport. So that's the first point we would make, really. It's subject to the borough priorities, which may change from time to time for political and other reasons. Coming back to the transport options, the first thing is that it's as we've said in our proof, we've pointed out that TfL are actually in managed decline because of their financial situation, and that was evidenced in the core document 10.63. The TfL budget update to the TfL board on the 2nd of February 2022, in which they approved the plan to remove all uncommitted capital enhancement schemes as part of that managed decline. The only schemes that are remaining are either contractually committed or have external funding. And the funding they do have is being basically granted by DfT in tranches, so something like 6 months at a time. So accordingly, the Piccadilly line, the signalling upgrade is now out of scope and deferred indefinitely. And without that, line capacity will be constrained. Yes, the new rolling stock will bring more capacity in the trains, but you will not realise full capacity benefits in the Piccadilly line until the signalling is upgraded. In any event, additional line capacity in the Piccadilly line, we would submit, would have limited benefit for the PTAL of these two sites due to the distance from the sites. It's a mile plus, and you either walk it for 20 plus minutes or you take 5 stops on the H91, which is overcrowded at peak times. And TfL bus services, they continue to operate at a loss and are at risk, with revenues at 75% of contracted costs and no TfL funding to increase capacity. And that will also impact on the West London Orbital Railway, which, although it's in the Mayor's Transport Strategy as a proposal 88, it's simply listed as an ambition, with feasibility remaining unproven, the scheme unfunded, and indeed the expectation that others will fund it. With regard to the Section 106 contribution to Osterley Station, by the way, it's simply the addition of a gate in the gate line, which will not do anything much really in terms of capacity overall. With regard to South West Rail, the South West Rail, the timetable that they are consulting on does bring cuts, permanent cuts, and those are subsequent to, it's post the COVID cuts. So this is looking to the future. They're now consulting on it for December, introduction of the new timetable in December 2022. And I would just at best point out that London Travel Watch, core document 10.61, their response to that timetable consultation, in which they've said, among other things, the changes will create much longer journey times for passengers between Richmond, Hounslow and Brentford, for whom the network provides a useful and affordable connection, etc. The other matter is that the Secretary of State for Transport is demanding that the rail industry realise further efficiencies and cuts. So that's an important issue. So on the buses, as I said earlier, the H91 is at capacity. The question really is that the connection to Ealing Broadway, we have doubts about this because at peak times, it's going to take at least 30 minutes or more to get to Ealing Broadway from this location. And we'd wonder who would actually want to use that. The H28 is a local service. It meanders through the back streets and is really useful as a local service, but it is not a kind of a strategic transport connection. And the question we would ask also is, in terms of bus capacity, what money is going to go into bus priority measures? Without bus priority measures, services will be utterly unreliable and slow. sorry, just excuse me, I'm just looking at my notes here. Yeah, yes, as I said earlier, TfL only has funding until June. It's coming in bite-sized chunks from DFT, so that's a financially precarious situation. So I think really that's kind of my main points really in response to that. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Smith, anything?
I think I might ask Mr. Ward if he's with us. Just to, we won't respond to all of that because we've covered some of it before, and it's in writing. But just specifically on the some of the improvements, the wider improvements, just to update where we are on those. It'd be very helpful, Mr. Ward, if you could just fill in some details for us.
Yeah, so Andy Ward from Royal Haskonian DHV. So we were the transport consultants working on the application. So there are a number of more strategic improvements proposed, as you're probably all aware, to support the opportunity area. The West London Orbital may be considered most relevant. It would provide a direct rail link to connect to the Elizabeth line, to HS2, to significant areas of Old Oak Common, for example, significant areas with new employment and development. We know it remains a live scheme. TfL are looking now to opening dates late 2020s, early 2030s for that scheme. Work has been undertaken to support the concept design already. For example, some of the stations towards Brent Cross, where other rail improvements are already proposed, and new stations for completely separate proposals. Those are coming forward, taking into account the need for new platforms to support the West London Orbital coming forward. So it's everyone is aware that is something that is proposed, and it certainly has a strategic benefit. And the connection to Old Oak, HS2, Elizabeth line, and all that development that's coming associated with that is it's got the benefits of quite a key link. The current TfL documentation talks about 8 trains per hour on that service.
Is that the document you've just referred to? Is that one of the core documents?
I believe it would be. I'll have to check the reference number.
I've got the West London Orbital Strategic Narrative.
No, it's that the TfL published a document in October 2021 in connection with the proposal.
Yeah, sorry, just to come in on that. Yeah, that's ID 1.10.20. That's Appendix 19 to our roundtable statement, the October 21 document.
One after that, I've got 1.10.19. .10.20. That's the same one. That's the strategic narrative.
Yeah, that's the October 2021 document from TfL, which sets out the timeline. I think it's estimated coming online on 2029. It wasn't
that document, it was another document.
It's the strategic narrative that refers to the 8 trains per hour.
Okay.
The Brentford to Southall rail link is a separate rail scheme. It's a connection from Transport Avenue to Southall. It would route directly to the Elizabeth line when it comes forward. It's an existing freight line essentially that would be utilised with 3 services an hour travelling in each direction. We've been informed by Mr. Heslop that what's referred to as a GRIP 3 option appraisal report has been prepared by Network Rail, and that's subject to review by the Borough Council. So it's a live scheme that's essentially progressing. And they're the 2 main rails.
When's potential delivery for that? Is there a time estimate on that?
I don't have an update on that. From memory, the local infrastructure plan of the borough talked about 2025, but that is clearly dated now. There was reference to the GRIP report being complete in 2019, and it's now clearly 2022, and I think COVID must have got in the way of that. But Mr. Heslop may have an answer for that question. In terms of other infrastructure improvements coming forward, others are proposed. They include, for example, an extension to CS9 cycle route, which would reach road to the south. That will be subject to a second round of consultation next year, I understand. I think we've discussed the bus proposals already, so I mean they would be the primary infrastructure improvements that are likely to come forward in the future.
Mr. Smith, Mr. Roberts, did you need to add anything before I go back to Mr. McNulty?
Madam, yes, in a moment. I mean, Mr. Smith and or Mr. Heslop will come back, but there was just one point I needed to pick up on, which was what Mr. McNulty said about the proposed cuts to Southwestern services and what was the subject of consultation. To be clear, it may be that cuts in other services are being considered, but so far as the Hounslow Loop is concerned, the position is, as I represented earlier, that is to say, the Hounslow Loop services are going back. It is proposed to take those back to the 4 services per hour off-peak, which existed pre-pandemic, as compared to the 2 services per hour, which have been running through the pandemic. And in terms of peak time services, it is the same number of services, that is 12 through the period 0700 to 1000 AM. There's a slight flattening of those services, so instead of it being a 3 in the first hour, 5 in the second, 4 in the third, it's 4, 4, 4 along each of the 3 hours. But those services are unaffected and will be as effectively the pre-pandemic levels, and the off-peak services are going to be 4 per hour as per pre-pandemic. Madam, I'll drop out at that point and leave it to Mr. Smith and or Mr. Heslop if they had further points they wish to make.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Booth. I think I can probably fairly quickly just sum up on the key points. I think it's helpful of Mr. Ward to talk you through the the medium and longer term plan transport improvements, and Mr. Heslop will jump in if he's got anything to add on those. But I think the really important point, and to use Mr. Booth's language, these schemes wash their own face, and I recognise hearing Mr. McNulty that he has some concerns with the existing level of local public transport provision. The statutory body, the statutory consultee is of course TfL, and TfL have been, as I've described, very closely involved throughout, and are completely satisfied that, subject to mitigation, in light of everything they've seen, all of the detailed analysis that's been carried out over a prolonged period, they are satisfied that that these schemes comply with London Plan policies. And I just to summarise and wrap up on that really important point, I think that Mr. Heslop's joined.
Yes, good morning, ma'am. Just wanted to come in and Robert Heslop. I'm head of transport planning and road safety at Hounslow Council. So I just wanted to pick up on just a couple of points, maybe just to provide some additional clarification. In relation to Mr. McNulty mentioned the TfL funding and the short-term deal that's in place at the moment. As part of when the DfT announced that funding, the statement also, they made it clear in that statement that they would be looking to put into place a long-term settlement with TfL, and the date they gave for that to be agreed was, I believe, the 28th of March, but certainly end of March. So that we're expecting that announcement, which would provide a long-term funding settlement for TfL. Just in relation to the Piccadilly line services and upgrade, just draw your attention to code document that's ID 1.10.21, which clarifies that as a result of the stage 1 upgrade of the Piccadilly line, which is the new trains, that there would be a 23% increase in capacity at the busiest times on the line. And just to reiterate Mr. Booth's point in relation to the South Western Railways, that the cuts that were referred to, there are cuts within the South Western, or the consultation proposed reduction in service on other parts of the South Western Railways network, but as Mr. Booth explained, not the Hounslow Loop. And maybe just one final point on the sort of the rail projects, and particularly the West London Orbital and the Brentford to Southall rail link. Both of those projects are long-term projects and have to go through a network rail process, which is in several stages. Those stages are generally funded as individual parts of the whole process. So just to reiterate that point, I think. And sorry,
I don't quite understand the point you're making there. So you've got the West London Orbital and the Brentford to Southall link.
Yeah,
What's Mr. saying about that?
Sorry, Mr. McNulty, I think referred to funding for those projects, and that generally the process is for long-term for major rail projects like that have to go through network rail, a specific network rail process to be approved. Is that there's the individual stages of that process are generally funded, and then once you reach the end of one stage, you then move on to the next stage, and the next stage you seek funding for the next stage. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
And sorry, just one final point on the Brentford to Southall rail link, which was in relation to the expected delivery date. The earliest expected date that could be delivered would be 2027, but I would think it's probably that would be ambitious, I would say, but that is the earliest date according to the Network Rail programme that it could be delivered.
Okay, so anything else that you need to come back on there, Mr. McNulty?
One thing in particular, the Southall Rail link. I'm entirely familiar with the Network Rail GRIP process. I'm also entirely familiar with DFT's control of funding for the rail network, the rail industry. Network Rail do not prioritise or fund rail schemes. Network Rail act on behalf of DFT in carrying out the necessary evaluation work and feasibility studies. And indeed, Robert is absolutely right that each scheme has to go through a sequence of feasibility stages. But at the end of each stage, it's not an automatic progression to the next stage. At the end of each stage, the scheme has to prove itself in terms of value for money, deliverability, affordability, and priority. Because you may have a scheme that's really good, it meets all the tests, has a strong business case, even a compelling business case, but it will be competing with other schemes for funding. And the further you get into the feasibility process, the tougher the competition gets, the bigger the sums of money you're looking for the next stage, right up to the implementation stage, the delivery stage, when you need the full capital funding. And that's the asset test. And I've seen many schemes get part way or a long way through that process and then fail because of the affordability and priority issue. And that is controlled by DFT. And I suppose the question I'd ask for Robert is, who has said they will fund the the Southall rail link? And that's the asset test. Who has actually confirmed the funding for that for delivery?
Mr. Heslop?
So I think I'll just come back to what I was saying earlier, and I think I can't remember Mr. Smith or it was Mr. Ward said that we've just reached the end of the GRIP, what's called the GRIP 3 stage of the process, which is the option design. So we have an option, a single option design that will be taken forward to the next stage of that process. Parallel to this process, there is a strategic outline business case that is put together that will look towards, will deal with funding or potential options for funding for future stages, and in particular, as Mr. McNulty said,
there's no funding guaranteed or in place at the moment.
There's no funding. No, I agree. There's no, as I said, there's no funding guaranteed in place for delivery at this moment. But this is part of the process.
Okay.
I suppose, Madam, the other point that I know you probably heard it half a dozen times, if not more, but the point we would reiterate in that context is that these developments are not dependent on delivery of that rail link or indeed any other of the infrastructure projects that we've been discussing.
Okay. I think we've probably covered all the ground that we can under point 1 on the agenda. So before we move on to item 2 and the subsequent items, probably a good time just to take a break. We're at 5 to 11 now. If we break till 11:15 and come back then.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry, ma'am. Can I just ask? Can we move on to roads and highways next? Now that we've got Dominic West here, and then maybe come back to the other points, sewage and effluent and GP surgeries. Would that be possible? Because I think we've got the transport people from the council here as well for that.
So is there a problem with timing with Mr. West then?
It just seemed to us a more logical way of going about it whilst we've got the council people here and Mr. West. No, I mean I think he's okay for timing.
I'd rather keep to the agenda that we've got and just work through that, because this is all to do with local infrastructure, and then we'll come to the highways matters as a separate, discrete area.
Okay.
All right.
Right.
So
thank you.
Thank you. Until 11:15 then. Thank you.
Hello, Mum.
Okay. We've got everybody who's taking part in this next bit then. So next on the agenda then is sewage and effluent capacity, and I think it probably needs to include water supply as well with that. We've got Mr. Roberts' comments in the statement that's been submitted to assist the roundtable discussion. Have you had a chance to have a look at, are you dealing with this session as well, Mr. McNulty?
Yes, I will.
Yep. So have you seen the comments in there? It's at 5.5 of the Mr. Roberts' statement for the roundtable sessions.
I think I have. I've just got one question on it, really.
Okay.
If I may, that's probably the.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So sort of the background to the question is that Thames Water's regulations stipulate that discharge into their sewers must be segregated into foul and surface water. The applicant is providing attenuation tanks to cope with the surface water so that discharge is released as and when authorised by Thames Water to ensure that their system is not overwhelmed. The question is, can the applicant clearly state how he will be dealing with foul discharge, not the surface water, but the foul discharge into Thames Water's sewers, particularly in view of the severe and long-standing problems at the Mogden Lane treatment plant? The applicant is expected to obtain and share written confirmation from Thames Water that all the necessary upgrading of their sewers will be completed in good time to support the two large developments.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
Okay, thank you. Yes, well, excuse me. Thames Water were consulted as part of the both planning applications, and really to reiterate what is said in that section 5.5 of the round table statement, they were consulted in both surface water and foul water, and they had no objection. They proposed conditions for how this be dealt with. So these relate to conditions requiring development and infrastructure phasing plans, which consider the delivery of infrastructure improvements against the increase in pressure associated with the development. So this is how it would be agreed with Thames Water in the course of discharging those conditions.
So there's no suggestion at this stage that Thames Water would be unable to deal with the existing sewage treatments works, would be unable to deal with the increased load?
No suggestion from Thames Water that they'd be unable to. And I think that in Mr. Firkins was making a statement on the opening day of the inquiry, he was actually referring to the improvements that Thames Water are bringing in at the moment, which is the London Tideway tunnels, which will actually improve the capacity.
Does that answer your question, Mr. McNulty? You're on mute.
I'm not sure it does. As I understand it, that Thames Water are seeking a condition that the development is not occupied until it's been confirmed that their sewage network has been upgraded. Am I correct in that?
Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, so the conditions are worded in slightly different ways. It's relating to the different nature of the application. So the condition 41, which is on the Homebase one, which requires the development infrastructure phasing plan, and on the Tesco site, it's either confirmation that the network upgrades have been undertaken or a development and infrastructure phasing plan, because at the moment it's due to the outline application, it's not known exactly how that the timing of that coming forward. So as I referred to, that Thames Water are underway with infrastructure improvements, including the London Tideway Tunnel. So the condition allows that to be reviewed.
So you're saying that the conditions are sufficient to ensure that the development would not be occupied unless and until the infrastructure had been upgraded?
Yeah, that's the view of Thames Water, yes.
No, and that's what the conditions secure, is it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I just to come back on that, I mean, we are acutely aware as local residents that Thames Water is already unable to deal with foul water and are being regularly fined for illegal discharges, often exacerbated by stormwater, but nonetheless, it's a big issue locally. As I said, they're being they're being fined, as I say, for this. So the question is, what? Well, I think we're looking for the assurances really that the engagement will continue with Thames Water as per the conditions, to actually ensure that this situation is not kind of uncontrolled.
Would the conditions require the information to be provided to the council? The council would no doubt liaise with Thames Water to see whether what was being proposed met the requirements, and if it was unsatisfactory, then the details submitted wouldn't be approved.
And that then would seem to be clear that if Thames Water are unable to accept this, that this would affect the phasing of the development.
That's my reading of the conditions that are suggested at the moment. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just to clarify in terms of the timing, that the London Tideway Tunnel is planned for completion in 25-26. So if putting against the long-term delivery of this project, there can be a good degree of confidence that will be in place, given that's a project underway now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item number 3 then. So we've got GP surgeries. So on the GP surgeries, you're aware, Mr. Striak, you're aware of the provisions in the suggested planning, in the planning obligations. So for Homebase, there's a healthcare contribution that was requested, I think, by the clinical commissioning group that's been provided for. But I mean, for the applicant, this will be part of the discussion when we come to discuss the planning obligation, but I would want to know more about the Brentford Health Centre that's referred to here. It says some section 106 contributions have already been secured toward this project, but there remains a funding gap. But so I've got no details about where that's going to be, although reading the section 106 for the Tesco scheme, it might be that it's on that site. I don't know if I've understood that correctly, but I've got no indication of how much that facility is likely to cost, what the funding shortfall is, what contributions have been secured already, anything like that. So that's just on that particular item. But are your concerns wider than that, Ms. Strike?
Yes, so from day one, when we've been speaking to the applicant, we've been saying that a GP surgery is needed on the current Homebase site rather than on the Tesco site. The reason for that being that The Homebase site is closer to bus stops and the train station. So you've got the H91 going right past the Homebase site, and the H28, and also you've got the train station. And on the Tesco site, and where the new Tesco will be at the Homebase site, there will be parking available because of the store, even though at certain times of day you'll have to pay for the parking, we understand. So it would be a much more convenient site for the GP surgery. The current Tesco site is just that bit further away from Gillette Corner. You've only got the H28 bus that goes there at the moment. And it is about a 5-minute walk, and if you're not feeling well and if you're frail, then the walk from the bus stop, the H91, is a bit of a way. And then there's no car parking provision for a GP surgery at the old Tesco site. So that's our concern. You know, we realise that we need, and we definitely need more GPs, because I'm on the Brentford and Isleworth Network Patient Participation Group, so I'm aware of the local problems, and you know, we certainly do need, and we're actually lacking a GP surgery because a number of them have closed. 2 of them have closed over the last 25 years or so locally, and obviously we've got far more residents. So, you know, we are pleased that there is a plan for a GP surgery, but it really should go in the Homebase site. That would be a much more logical, convenient and practical place for it to be.
Mr. Roberts.
Okay, thank you. I think the first point to point out is where the need for the additional GPs arises. So if I can refer you to paragraph 6.100 of the environmental statement chapter on population and human health of the Homebase site, that's CD 1.11.7, which identifies that there's sufficient capacity for the Homebase development in itself, and a negligible effect on GP provision. As part of the application process, there was consultation with Hounslow Clinical Commissioning Group, and the agreed approach with them was to provide financial contributions for the Homebase development. So there's a definite financial contribution towards GP provision as part of the Homebase. That's £225,000. And then on the Tesco development, it's either to the applicant is proposing a GP surgery as part of the Tesco development, and because of the timing of that and the clinical commissioning group wanting to effectively reserve judgment as to whether they would prefer an on-site provision of a new GP surgery or to use funding towards improving existing facilities, there's a process in the Section 106 by which the applicant will make the offer to them of the provision of the GP surgery, and then they can either take up that offer, or if they don't take up the offer, then there is a financial payment of £781,000. So both the clinical commissioning group and Hounslow have agreed that adequately mitigates the pressure on GPs by both developments.
What about the suggestion that a more appropriate site for the surgery, if there was to be a surgery, was on the Homebase site?
Well, I partly refer back to the original point about where the need arises based on the assessments in the environmental statements, which is as part of the larger development, the Tesco development, and the provision of the GP as part of the community offering within the what would be a kind of a new neighbourhood centre around that. The clearing within the Tesco development was seen as an appropriate provision.
Okay, thank you. Strack.
I understand what you're saying about the Homebase site, that there would be enough provision. The nearest surgeries, GP surgeries, are at least a mile away. So that's 20 minutes walk or a bus ride and a bit of a walk still to either the Brentford Health Centre complex or the Thornbury Road surgeries. So even for the Homebase site, that's not ideal. And when you have a look at the stats, sorry, and I'm not sure what the core document reference number is, but one of the tables in one of the documents where you've got calculations about patients per GP, that seems to be an interesting calculation in that many of the GPs are working part-time. So that doesn't give a true reflection unless you're using full-time equivalent GPs. And also then there are statements about the fact that GP surgeries are accepting new patients. They're not allowed not to accept new patients. They have to, even though they're bursting, most of the local GP surgeries are bursting at the seams. So we're talking from practical experience. And Mum, I think you heard on the first day in the afternoon when some of the residents were speaking about the problems of actually trying to get a GP appointment, trying to get through on the phone. It is really difficult and has become more difficult because of COVID. And we had a patient participation group meeting with our GP surgery at Thornbury Road only the other day. And there is a huge, continued problem in more patients being registering, and just the situation is getting worse rather than better. So even if there is enough provision theoretically for the Homebase site, these people are still going to have to go a mile in each, in one direction or the other to actually see a GP. And as far as extending or improving current premises are concerned, there are problems at the Thornbury Road practice where you've got Thornbury Road and Spring Grove practices. In that I think we've been waiting for 5 years for extensions to be made to those practices, and there's all sorts of issues with the lease and what can and can't be done. I think there are plans for the Brentford Health Centre to be totally rebuilt, but again that keeps being put back for various reasons. I think Hounslow are concentrating on Chiswick Health Centre at the moment, so this is lower down the priority list. So, and as the number of residents is increasing, both in Isleworth along the London Road, the new developments, and in Brentford, is putting more and more pressure on these GP surgeries.
Okay, but the development can only be required to resolve any added impact as a consequence of itself.
I understand.
It can't address existing problems through planning obligations. Mr. Smith, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mum. Just a quick point on the process, which you'll be aware of course. The CCG is responsible for coordinating and delivering health facilities in this area. They were very closely involved through the planning application process, and they formed the clear view that the impacts of this development can be mitigated through providing financial contributions, which you're aware of. I note your queries, and thank you for those. We'll take those away in advance of the round session table on Wednesday. The CCG, as a nationwide drive, I think, towards providing comprehensive health hubs to serve areas, and that's what the CCG are looking to deliver here at Brentford. And as Mr. Roberts has set out, the way the Section 106 agreement for the Tesco site is structured, it means that the CCG has control over what happens and when, and is able to ensure that provision is made at the right times and in the right places. Thank you, Mark.
Anything else?
Yes. Yeah, so can I ask? So which CCG have you been dealing with?
Just bear with me a second while I find the correspondence.
It was referred to as Hounslow CCG earlier.
Hounslow, yeah.
Which doesn't exist anymore. So it's now Northwest London, because I think it was seven or more CCGs merged in 2021, a year ago, to form one big CCG, Northwest London.
I understand I'm being told by the team that we're dealing with Northwest London CCG, and that is the same as the same individuals that have been dealt with previously.
Okay. Anything else? All right. So Move on to education provision. It's my understanding that well, there's no provision for any contributions or anything as part of the planning obligations. And my reading of the applicant's statement for this roundtable session on education is that in essence there is sufficient capacity at primary and secondary schools without the need for any further contribution. So what was the point you wanted to make on this, Ms. Striak?
Sorry, I understand that there is sufficient provision at secondary level, but not at primary level. So unless something has changed, and one of the so the proposal was that additional primary provision would be at a new school in Leighton Road in Brentford, again, which is about a mile away. And if you are going on the bus in the morning, you're going with the traffic in an eastbound direction on the H91, which is over full in the mornings, or you're walking along the Great West Road, which is very busy and polluted. So, sorry, I don't know where this information comes from, unless this is new information about being sufficient capacity for primary.
Sorry, that's me slightly misleading you. There is insufficient capacity at primary school, but that's addressed through the SIL. It doesn't need to be addressed through the planning obligation.
But yes, so I mean, the point I'm making is it's still it's out of the area. It's not a low. I wouldn't classify it as a local school if you're having to walk at least 20 minutes, and that's at 3 miles an hour. You know, if you're walking with a young child, and then you might have another child in a buggy walking along the Great West Road or trying to get on a bus. I'm looking at the practical aspects of it. It's going to be very difficult.
Mr. Roberts, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, so just to note that new school in Leighton Road is part of the infrastructure delivery plan, and because what that does is that increases capacity for primary school places generally. It doesn't mean that the new residents of the Tesco and Homebase developments necessarily need to go to that school. And I would note that in the assessments we did, for example, there's 5 primary schools within 1.2 kilometres of the Tesco site. So what it will do is it will relieve the capacity pressures on primary school places generally, so that new residents would be able to go to their local primary school.
Sorry, but that's the whole point, that there isn't enough capacity for primary places for them to go to these local schools, which is why there's discussion about the Leighton Road school. Yeah,
that's right. So the Leighton Road school would increase capacity generally, so that it would also relieve the capacity pressures on those schools that are closer to the sites, so that as and when these developments are occupied, the future occupiers could, send their children to the local school.
Sorry, the Leighton Road school is in Brentford. The other local schools are in Isleworth. So I don't understand that logic.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Roberts, go on.
No, I was just going to say, it's about catchment areas and where you look in terms of the assessment for primary school places. So the area that we've looked at for the catchments, at the moment there's 5 schools within 1.2 kilometres, which is the catchment area that's been assessed, and the new school in Leighton Road is there to increase capacity generally for primary school places.
I can step in. I think that's quite right, Mr. Roberts. So it's not a case of moving existing children from existing schools to a new school. It's a transition that takes place over time, depending on where people live relative to different schools. So I think that Leighton Road will certainly increase capacity naturally overall, and the council also has options as education authority that is exploring to extend existing schools and provide new places in that way through SIL also.
And can I ask, who would fund the Leighton Road school? How would it be funded?
Likely to be through SIL, I think.
That's what it says in the statement.
Yeah, along with everything else.
Oh, that was the question you asked. That was the answer. That's how it would be funded through the SIL.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So items 5 and 6, I mean, we've discussed the section in part, sorry, we've discussed some of the section 106 provisions in relation to the matters that have arisen. I'm not sure that there's anything else that needs to be said at this stage in relation to this topic area on those. And we've also discussed potential use for conditions to deal with some of the concerns. So in particular, there was the one about the sewage infrastructure. Is there anything else on 5 and 6 that anybody wanted to say anything about? Oh. Any other matters then in terms of local infrastructure before we close this session? Okay. So 11:40. Right, so if we move on to the next roundtable session then, which deals with highways matters.
So my colleague Dominic West will be dealing with this.
Thank you.
Change.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning, welcome.
Good morning, colleagues. My name's Dominic West. I'm a local resident and I've lived in the area for 39 years. And I'm active in the local community and participate in a number of the council's proposals and comment on them and act on them accordingly.
Thank you very much.
If it accords with your timetable, ma'am, I'd like to just look at trip generation based on the information submitted as part of the planning application and comments from TfL, drawing particularly on the documents we referred to at the beginning of the inquiry today, proceedings today, the letters from TfL dated from last year and from this year. And perhaps if I could cover the topic of walking and cycling under one topic and under healthy streets, as I think that would all tie in quite well together, if that's acceptable to you.
That's fine. So first on the agenda, we've got traffic forecasts.
Yes.
So that's what you're on about. So what I was going to do was ask the applicant to just explain, just give a brief overview of their forecasts, and then that might lead into what you have to say.
Yes, just to make clear, when we're talking of traffic forecasts, we are talking about trip generation as a resulting from this development, from both developments.
Okay. And there may be something, ma'am, that's best very briefly summarised, if possible, by Mr. Ward. Unless Mr. Roberts wants to begin. Okay. Over to you then, Mr. Ward. Trip generation.
Excuse me. Thank you. So we assessed the trip generation and attraction to both development sites we're considering. We'll start with the Tesco store. Now, Tesco already exists in Osterley. We had undertaken a multimodal survey of the existing site, so we knew what comes in, what comes out, and how it does it. All we've done is transfer the trips to the existing Tesco site to the new Tesco sites. All those trips, the travel demand, the cars, the pedestrians, the bus users, they're already on the network. They just redivert their trip to a different location, essentially. The residential development trip generation has been assessed with reference to the levels of car parking that are proposed. We agreed with Transport for London and the Borough to base traffic generation directly in relation to car parking provision. Now, we know that there is a relationship between car parking, car ownership and car use that has informed the new parking standards of the current London Plan 2021 and the associated evidence base that was submitted by TfL. So we agreed a rate of 1 trip, 0.33 trips per parking space in association with the residential development. Now, we did this, so we agreed that slightly reluctantly because we reviewed trip generation information for a wide number of sites, known generation rates. We worked out trip generation per car parking space, and generally speaking, it's lower than 0.33. But Transport for London, the borough, were keen for us to adopt 0.33. In the context of the number of spaces provided, we were happy to do that. Trip distribution for the residential development, we made reference to a Transport for London highway assignment model. They provided us with a model. They asked us to use that to assign where the traffic would go to and come from. It's a zonal model, so that's how we assessed the direction of travel to both sites for the site's residential developments. For the Tesco, we worked out where traffic was coming from and going to by survey. We used essentially registration plate cameras, so we knew the vehicle that was coming into the existing Tesco car park, from which direction it had come, essentially. So that allowed us to sort of redistribute those trips in an appropriate way to the new Tesco store. So that's a summary, really, I suppose, of what we did and why we did it.
Thank you very much.
I was really, sorry.
Mr. West.
Yes, thank you for that. I was really going to comment on the information that was supplied to the members as part of the officer's report when council was minded to grant planning permission for the scheme, where it is stated in the officer's report, paragraph 8.330, they've identified from traffic surveys that the existing Tesco store, Saturday was the busiest day with around 5,650 visits. Other than Sunday, there were over 5,000 visits per day. For the new store, paragraph 8.337 predicts 430 movements, arrivals and departures in the AM peak and 706 in the PM peak. The daily figures are not quoted. So notwithstanding, with 400 car parking spaces, the trip generation will be significant. Now, if we can perhaps just park that for the moment and consider the comments that the TfL made, which were contained in the GLA Stage 1 report. And whilst TfL said that they're generally satisfied with the overall trip generation assessment, the TA does include some sweeping assumptions in the retail trip generation summary, which should be quantified. So I think the point I'm trying to make is that at GLA Stage 1, there were concerns about the methodology used in the transport assessment. And the GLA also referred to the when the two sites are combined, there will be an overall net increase of 141 vehicle trips in the AM peak hour and 70 in the AM peak hour. And we are being told, or we were told somewhere in the reports, it was reported that there was a reduction in the number of trips when you take both developments, you combine both developments, there will be an increase in the number of trips. I think one of the reasons for that being that the existing Homebase store has a much lower retail trip rate at the moment because it's not as attractive and as well used as the Tesco store is. I'll move on to the specific comments about the Homebase trips in a minute, but did you want to address any of those concerns, any of my points? Thank you.
Yes, I'm very happy to do so. Thank you. You're right to point out that the Homebase store doesn't attract trips in the same way as Tesco does. That's clear for all to see. What I didn't say previously was that we did, in the course of our assessment, remove traffic from the network associated with the Homebase store because clearly that will no longer be there. The other, I suppose, change is the removal of the petrol station that's associated with the Tesco store. But the petrol station itself is very well used, and we know from the survey work we've undertaken that a lot of the trips to the petrol station are just for petrol only. So clearly some connect with the store itself, but a high proportion are just petrol only. Now, petrol station will be removed. We haven't taken the view that all the petrol station traffic will also be removed. That's really important to understand. We, in consultation with Transport for London, agreed a proportion, it equates to 19% of the total petrol station only trips removed from the network only. So those petrol station only trips that are still on the network, a proportion are visiting out of convenience. That's what we've essentially agreed, because they are a visit because not only is generally a supermarket petrol reasonably priced, but it's people who are passing anyway and popping in because it's convenience. And just because the petrol station is gone doesn't mean people won't still take their journey along that route, and that's catered for in our assessment. We fully recognise that, and that's included in the workings. I think it is important to say that the assessment we've undertaken has been fully agreed with TfL. The work, and I'm sure we'll talk about modelling and other bits shortly, but all that work has gone through a what TfL will say is their model audit process. And alongside that model audit process, you have to agree the methodology of assessment in order for the TfL and the borough to essentially agree the outputs from those models. That was quite an exhaustive process. It's got a detailed process, and I'm happy to go through the intricacies of that if you'd like, but it's important to understand that the contents of the models in terms of the traffic movements, generations, etc., have all been agreed with the various parties.
Thank you. Mr. West?
Yes, thank you for that. Nevertheless, it is the case, is it not, that the council's independent consultants, which I take it will be yourselves, commented on the actual modelling when it was when you actually considered the applicant's transport assessment. And if I can quote from paragraph 8.368 from the Homebase report that went to the council's planning committee in April, where it is stated, the traffic modelling indicates that the A4 Scion Lane road network experiences periods of high congestion levels at present, particularly during the morning peak, and would struggle to accommodate extensive alterations to the junction, including pedestrian crossing facilities on all its approaches. Now, I'm aware that there have been further discussions with Transport for London since, although I don't think members of the council or third parties have been fully made aware of those discussions. And I don't know if it was the intention to report them back to the council at some further stage. But although the modelling has moved on, I think it's worth exploring how far it's got, and so that we can fully understand whether or not it can be fully mitigated. And the reason I raise this is in direct response or direct relevance to paragraphs 102 and 108 to 111 of the National Planning Framework, National Policy Planning Framework, where it says that the promoting sustainable transport should be considered from the earliest stages of plan making and development proposals, so that patterns of movement, streets, parking and other transport considerations are integral to the design of schemes and contribute to making high quality places. I'd further quote from paragraph 108, I think subparagraph D, where it says, subparagraph C, any significant impacts from the development of the transport network in terms of capacity and congestion or on highway safety can be effectively mitigated to an acceptable degree. Now, it may be worthwhile moving on to C, to what extent that has been mitigated following discussions with Transport for London. You mentioned the early stages of modelling. I assume, was that the South West London model, the Swellham model that you used?
So we've modelled a study area which is centred upon the Gillette Corner junction, which is the junction of the A4 and Cyan Lane, to assess the implications of both developments. That modelling was undertaken using a software called Vissim. It's a micro simulation model, and the modelling software was specifically requested by Transport for London because they thought it was the best tool for the exercise. Happy to do it. That's absolutely fine. In the course of our work, we have modelled more than one layout for the Gillette Corner junction. And the reason we have done that is because Transport for London and the Borough wanted us to explore exactly what was just reported, the ability to provide signal controlled pedestrian crossings on all arms of Gillette Corner. Now, it's also fair to say that from the outset, the requirement for a surface level crossing, a new surface level crossing on the A4 on its eastern side was considered priority by both the Borough and TfL. So this is a crossing that would be run in parallel with an existing subway, a pedestrian underpass that routes under the Great West Road. So we modelled a number of scenarios and ultimately we reported the outputs of a number of those runs within our transport assessment work. So the idea is that we've looked at various combinations of new pedestrian infrastructure and cycle infrastructure to make to the Gillette Corner junction in particular more accessible to pedestrians and cyclists. So we ran four layout scenarios with Transport for London, essentially, all of which were fully taken through their model audit process. That means they've agreed a base model. They've agreed that we've created a model of the existing highway operation that they thought was appropriate and accurately reflected what happens on the ground at the moment. And then we then tested, based on the parameters that base model, for proposed scenarios, including a scenario whereby we provide a new surface level crossing on the eastern side of the Gillette Corner junction across the Great West Road that would run in parallel with the pedestrian underpass. As a consequence of all that work, Transport for London and the Borough agreed that the option that is most workable and deliverable was exactly that, a solution whereby we provide a new crossing at surface level on the A4 to support the developments. The other major intervention at the junction would be the addition of a second right turning lane from the A4 into Cyan Lane South. That right turning lane effectively caters for Tesco traffic that would otherwise turn left and travel north towards the Tesco Hostelry would now have to turn right and travel south. So that second right turn lane was required. But that second right turn lane is the only highway capacity bit of infrastructure that's proposed, essentially. Otherwise, the junction is deemed to work in an acceptable way. The other point I think it's worthy to make is that the models were based to 2035 future year. We applied traffic growth again in a way that was required by Transport for London based on the outputs of their highway assignment model to get us to a future year. So not only have we layered on the traffic or from the development, taken off the home base and the other bits, but then we layer on a level of traffic based on background traffic growth. The conclusion being we have a layout for Gillette Corner, which is an agreed position with a new surface level crossing on the eastern side, the Gillette Corner junction across the A4, and a second right turning lane on the A4 to take traffic into Cyan Lane to the south.
Can I just confirm with you there that it includes committed development traffic as well? as well as
Absolutely
background
does.
growth. Yeah.
It does. We did do a review of locally committed development traffic. Actually, a lot of the schemes locally are low car anyway. So the low-hand model is a more strategic model than that. It takes account of things which are development that could be a lot further afield potentially. So absolutely, it does take account of that. And we also specifically reviewed the school developments that are coming forward, the Boulder Academy and the Nishkam School, which wasn't fully occupied at the time of the model's preparation.
Thank you. Mr. West.
Yes, thank you, Mark. In respect of the trips that you mentioned, the trips to the petrol station that you mentioned, so it's accepted that the new development won't have a petrol station in it. But of course, there is an existing petrol station in proximity, which is the Shell garage on the Great West Road. So it is reasonable, is it not, to expect that a percentage of those trips that would be going to Homebase may actually be using the Shell garage, as it's the nearest petrol filling station in the vicinity.
I agree, that's quite possible and plausible. I think that would visit the Tesco petrol station to get petrol is retained on the network, and it will visit somewhere else out of convenience, I suspect. A high proportion will anyway. A proportion, you'd suspect, uses the Tesco petrol station in part because it can be a little bit better value than other places. But yes, we've retained most of that petrol station traffic within our model. And
you'll be aware, will you not, that the existing Shell petrol garage can be used as a cut through to Cyan Lane. At the moment, people actually cut through it, and that has an impact on the safety of the local road network. So if you have an increase in users of the petrol station through additional trips, it's the case, is it not, that this could actually further aggravate local traffic conditions in the area around the crucial Gillette Corner junction?
I wouldn't agree with that. The reason being, I agree that the demand at Shell could increase. It could be quite possible, but actually, because the Tesco store is moving from the northern side of the A4 to the southern side of the A4, there is less traffic turning left from the A4 into Cyan Lane to the north. So that cut through, the demand for that cut through is going to be less in the future.
In your studies, in your surveys you carried out about the users of the existing Tesco store, did you carry out studies relating to the users of the petrol filling station?
Yes, so that was fully surveyed as part of the baseline survey work. Quite a comprehensive survey was undertaken substantially by video camera. So with the exacting nature of the traffic models that were prepared, they were viewed quite extensively to make sure that when we modelled the baseline situation to get that signed off with Transport for London, it did accurately reflect what happens in reality. It's not an easy thing to get signed off. We managed it.
Okay, thank you for that. You referred to the Boulder Academy just now. Just so you're aware that the Boulder Academy is actually fully functioning at the moment.
Yeah, it's open now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Moving on to the trip generation for the Homebase site itself then. So we have a scenario where an existing Tesco store moves to a location south of the Great West Road with approximately 400 parking spaces retained in the development. And as we've agreed, there'll be a higher trip generation rate caused by that development on Cyan Lane, south of the Great West Road junction. Now you'll be aware that that will be quite a critical junction, and the movements in the peak in the Tesco shopping peak will be quite critical. And we've seen from the data provided that trip generation for a store such as this is higher in the off peak, particularly on Saturdays and Sundays. And as part of the mitigation measures to deal with the access and egress from the store, there is a proposed signalised junction on Cyan Lane, is there not? Yes. And you've also explained that as part of your modelling options, and I think it was was it option 2A that was the option that was recommended by TfL, and I think you've come to an agreement with.
Yes.
But of course, that option is only an interim solution. It's not the final solution. But I'll come back to that one. If we can just stay with the scenario of the home base access, if we can just try and visualize the actuality based on what you've said. So we have, as you've explained, two right-hand lanes to eastbound traveling south into Cyan Lane. Then we have a potential new crossing under option 2A. Then we have a signalized crossing for the home base exit. So we have two signalized crossings within a short distance of each other. Is that correct?
Not quite. So the 2A would provide a new surface level crossing across the A4, not across Cyan Lane. So from your two right turn lanes, as you turn into Cyan Lane South, you're absolutely right to say that the new access to the Tesco store would be operated under traffic signal control. One of the reasons for that is it allows us to provide a signal controlled pedestrian crossing across Cyan Lane at that point. There's currently a standalone staggered pedestrian crossing on Cyan Lane south of the A4. So we are effectively incorporating that staggered crossing into the new Tesco access junction, so pedestrians still have a controlled way to cross the highway. So that would be the first crossing that you would meet, and that crossing will be slightly further away from the A4 than the existing staggered crossing, so there's a bit more stacking distance between the two. Further to the south, there's also there is a second control crossing which is close to Cyan Lane Station. That's retained exactly as existing. So there are two crossings, but possibly not as was described.
Thank you for that. Sorry, just to clear up, there's also an additional crossing for a Cyan Lane Station, a short distance away.
Yes, there is. Yeah, that's retained. That's existing and it's retained. So currently there are two signal control crossings on Cyan Lane in the immediate vicinity of the site. One just, I suppose, north of the station, and one's a staggered junction in the vicinity of Northumberland Avenue. There will still be two signal control crossings as a result of our scheme. Nothing in that respect has changed. All that's changed is that the staggered crossing that sits adjacent to Northumberland Road is incorporated within the new Tesco access. It's still a staggered arrangement. It just moves a little bit further to the south. And the reason why we incorporate it within that junction, it makes everything operate a little bit more efficiently. So the model itself sort of coordinates the operation of the Gillette Corner traffic signal junction with the operation of the Tesco side access junction, so that traffic doesn't queue in an extensive way. So a worst case scenario, what absolutely we would want to avoid and was very conscious of is the potential for traffic to queue back onto the A4 for some reason. And so you can coordinate, or signals can be linked in a way to make sure they work in the most efficient way possible. So the crossing is positioned.
Is that the alive system? Is it Mover or Mover or something?
No. So it'd be Scoot. It's called Scoot. It's a signal time optimization system. So what Scoot does is it's a valid point. What Scoot does is it offers some intelligence to the traffic signals. So generally there are sort of electromagnetic loops cut into the highways which know when the big metal object that sits above them, and they know when there's a car queuing above it. And those loops tend to be set back from the junction by 80, 100 meters, or whatever it may be, however it's been designed. So the system knows if there's a particular queue on one arm, but maybe not on another. And it can, within parameters, it can make subtle adjustments to the green times on any one arm. So it can sort of help compensate or give a little bit more time to an arm that maybe where there's excessive queuing and a little bit less to where there isn't. It's fair to say that sort of signal intelligence that sits within the Scoot system isn't within the Vissim modelling. Vissim doesn't have the same intelligence in that respect. So the Vissim models assume that there is a typical cycle going on with the junction. So it's arm A gets 20 seconds, arm B gets 30 seconds, whatever it may be. So it's a standard optimized, but a signal timings that don't alter over that peak hour. On the ground, in reality, there is a chance that the intelligence of the system can make subtle changes to compensate to some extent if a queue extends to reflect, just to make sure it works in the most optimized way possible. So scrutiny used to operate this system in the future.
So the modelling was done on a fixed timings of lights, when in fact what would be occurring is one that reacted within parameters to live situations on the road. Yeah,
exactly correct. Although those fixed parameters were set at an optimized position, but they don't adapt.
Nevertheless, you do accept that in the peak period, the peak shopping period, which will be a Saturday or a Sunday, as confirmed by the projected trips, that there'll be a heavy left turn from the Great West Road going westbound into Sign Lane, which will presumably have to be held at the signals, the home-based signals, to allow exiting home-based traffic to exit. Do you not see a potential conflict with the operation of that signalised junction for home-based at peak periods, where peak home-based traffic has to exit onto Sign Lane and then onto the A4? And then perhaps if we could factor in, I would ask the question, have you factored in during your modelling, as part of your modelling scenario, have you factored in rugby at Twickenham on Saturdays? And added to that, have you factored in football at Brentford? Local trip generating events that have a major impact on the A315 and on the local road network, because obviously the main route to Twickenham from the A4 is via Sign Lane and Twickenham Road, which I think is just outside your modelled boundary, have heavy traffic flows and is often a standstill at weekends. Have you taken that into your consideration as part of your modelling?
Okay, so the left turn point first. You're absolutely correct in that in order to let traffic exit the new Tesco store, you have to hold traffic on Sign Lane with a red signal for a period of time. That's absolutely 100% correct. The model, however, clearly takes that into account. The way the junction is set up at the new Tesco access is that there are, it's the formal way of assessing it. When you hold traffic on Sign Lane to let traffic come out of the site, there has to be a gap, a time where it's a lost time to traffic on Sign Lane, where traffic can't move for a period. And of course, that's within the model. What the model does, however, is make sure that traffic that's feeding traffic into that red stop signal is appropriate. It does that because it knows what turning movements take place at the Gillette corner on junction up. So it can coordinate between the two junctions so that the inbound traffic to that red signal is appropriate given the amount of time that red signal was in operation, if that makes sense. So we don't get a situation where traffic queues extensively back across the Gillette corner junction and has associated implications. If that was the case, then TfL wouldn't sign the models off. They wouldn't have accepted option 2A as being something we can take forward. On the topic of rugby, no, the models don't account for a Six Nations game at Twickenham, for example. We wouldn't expect to model that scenario. The reason being is it's a relatively occasional event. We agreed the format, the timing, and the hours of modelling with both the borough and Transport for London before we commenced our work. We certainly weren't asked to model a rugby scenario. From a personal point of view, I would just reiterate is that's it's an occasional event. I know, for example, Brentford Football Club, they advertised their stadium as being accessible by rail predominantly, or non-car modes. There is a car park option, a park and walk option, which is quite some way to the east of our site. But it's not something we've included in the model. I don't think the Brentford Stadium, the new Brentford Stadium, would have been open at the time we did our surveys in 2019. Somebody may correct me on that. But no, we weren't asked to do that, and we haven't done that.
Thank you for that. I note your comments, and I think it is a matter of concern to us that those events have not been modelled. Just to further elaborate on that, the Twickenham Stadium has expanded considerably in recent years. It also hosts a great deal of concerts in the summer months. There've been quite a few recently, which are huge trip generators themselves. And I think the other point to make, and this was apparent the other week when I was walking up Twickenham Road, a lot of there is a lot of coach traffic along Twickenham Road from Sign Lane, which actually uses that route to Twickenham because the coach parking is literally in Isleworth at the back of the rugby stadium. So that is the most direct route for away coaches, and I think that's something to consider. But perhaps moving on the modelling then. So from what I understand, having read the GLA's Stage 2 report, which is the most up-to-date report, I think we can agree. It's accepted that option 2A, if we can refer to it as that, is an interim solution, but that you will be expected under the terms of the Section 106 agreement, correct me if I'm wrong, to carry out further feasibility to ensure that potentially a more workable solution can be developed. So it does strike me that the GLA have accepted a compromise here. And again, we're going back to the original key points of the development and the PTAL rating and the appropriateness of the size and it's a large development. So do you think it's reasonable that the GLA have accepted a certain density of development, but are only prepared to accept an interim solution in terms of the modelling? Does it not strike you as being slightly odd that the GLA are prepared to accept an interim solution without knowing whether the final solution, the proper solution, could actually work? What if there was a scenario where there couldn't be a workable solution developed due to traffic levels, due to trip generation? And what if the modelling became so complicated with the introduction of this additional pedestrian crossing facility within the set of signals? What if that scenario basically suggested that couldn't be achieved? Where would the development be? Would it be compromised? Okay,
just stepping back one thing first, it occurred to me that on the football point, the West London Orbital would have a new station at Lionel Road, which is right.
You've frozen, Mr. Ward. I don't think we can hear you either, because we would have heard you still talking. Oh,
sorry, you lost me briefly. Somebody,
yes.
I think it signaled. Okay, sorry.
Okay, about the West London Orbital new station.
Yeah, there's a new station at Lionel Road as part of that scheme, which sits right next to the football stadium, the new football stadium. It's just a side point that's worthy, I think, worthy of note. So the pedestrian crossing issues and the point made about an interim solution. Well, the agreement with Transport for London and the borough to approve design option 2A. I don't see that as an interim solution. That's an agreed position. Now, they've also asked us to go back and look at some of the options we've previously considered in essentially a post-COVID world, because the way people are travelling on a day-to-day basis is a little bit different now than what went before. There's a potentially greater propensity to work from home for some people, and that has an implication potentially on traffic volumes through the Gillette Corner Junction and the adjacent network. The principal point made is a desire for a direct crossing on the southern side of the A4 across Sign Lane within the Gillette Corner Junction itself. So it would essentially allow someone who was walking along on the southern side of the A4 to cross and continue their journey in a straight line. As we sit here today, the current situation is they have to deviate that route to some extent to use the staggered crossing that exists on Sign Lane in the vicinity of Northumberland Avenue. And the agreed position, option 2A, is exactly that. Currently, they'd have to deviate their line to some extent to cross at what would be the new Tesco access junction. So what we've been asked to do is revisit the model, which includes the direct crossing, which is on alignment with the A4, to see if that can essentially replace the staggered crossing that would otherwise sit within the new Tesco access. So that's the extent of the difference, really. It's not I can understand why we've been asked to do it, and I can understand why, if it's possible and it works in traffic terms, why it might be preferable. But I don't think it's that the change isn't so significant to make what is already approved unacceptable. Absolutely not. In parallel and in association with the Tesco Osterley scheme further to north, when that comes forward, we'll be asked to do a similar exercise on the northern side of the A4. Can we achieve a direct crossing on the northern side of the A4 alongside the it's essentially to create a continuous route for somebody who's walking parallel to the highway. Personal view on that is that, whilst again I can see why it's desirable because it's a continuation of a route for some people, I don't think that's, not providing that doesn't materially affect the ability to deliver the scheme at Tesco. For somebody who was walking to and from our Tesco store, there are other crossing points further up Sign Lane which are arguably much more convenient. Whilst again we've agreed and we're happy to do it, it certainly doesn't mean that the Tesco proposals are unacceptable.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't propose to go on any further on the issue of modelling. Thank you for that. Just to come back on the Brentford Football Club aspects of the trip generation, it's not only Brentford Football Club that hosts matches there. The ground is also shared by London Irish Rugby Football Club, and you may be aware that their ground is actually at Sunbury. So the movements from Sunbury to Brentford will be via the A316 and through Twickenham Road. So the trip generation from London Irish, a substantial proportion of that is likely to have an impact on the immediate area. Thank you.
Were any of the surveys done on football Saturdays?
No, that they weren't undertaken on a football Saturday, no.
Right, thank you. So we're moving on to 3 and 4. Items 3 and 4 you wanted putting together, or?
Yes, ma'am. If I can perhaps deal with those under the Healthy Streets agenda, if that's acceptable, as they tend to fall under the same category.
Madam, might I just jump in very briefly? I don't know whether Mr. Smith or Mr. Heslop have anything to add on those matters, and it may be that they don't, but I just want to give them the opportunity, please, before you move on, if that's okay.
Well, if they wanted to add anything? Absolutely,
and Madam, I have to say I don't know that they do or they don't, but if I can just give them the opportunity before we move off those topics.
Do you need to add anything?
Mr. Heslop, do you have anything or not?
Thank you, Ms. Ruth. I wanted just to correct, I think Mr. West right at the very beginning might have been under the impression that Mr. Ward was the council's consultant in some way. So I just wanted to be clear that that's not the case. Mr. Heslop will speak for himself, but I think it's the case that his views are entirely aligned with Mr. Ward's. Thank you.
Yeah, I just concur with everything Mr. Ward's just said. There may be a couple of clarifications that might help. On the issue of the football and the rugby, in relation to the football, there's no new Brentford Stadium. There is no car parking for fans attending the matches. They have some car parking within temporary car parking in Chiswick, which would be from Gillette Corner, would be further along the A4. You wouldn't turn off at Gillette Corner, so that's traffic that was straight through. But I believe that is in the region of around about 250 parking spaces for a match day, and that would apply to London Irish matches as well. But I concur with what Mr. Ward has said about whether those matches, that traffic should be included within the model. They are exceptional. They're not regular occurrences, and traffic management is in place at Twickenham Stadium on those match days. Again, just to clarify on the Mr. West's point about that the option 2A was an interim model. Again, just to clarify what Mr. Ward said, that is an agreed solution. The further reviews would provide additional pedestrian and cycle crossing facilities at Gillette Corner, which would assist movement to and from and between both sites. And the reason for those is that the reason that they can't be accommodated, or the prime reason they can't be accommodated within option 2A, is traffic that queues along the A4 in a westbound direction on a Saturday peak. That was TfL's primary concern, and the reviews will test whether there are signal changes could be made to the signal timings that would reduce that impact to allow those additional options to be progressed. And I think finally, just to confirm that our independent consultant was a company called Tetra Tech, who we employed to review the TfL, the modelling that was done by TfL, to ensure that we as a local highway authority, were comfortable with the results of their modelling, and the conclusions that were made by Tetra Tech are set out in both planning application committee reports.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mum. Thank you, Mum. I'm grateful for those clarifications.
Thank you. Okay, so on to healthy streets then.
Thank you, Mum. I think if we take the healthy streets agenda off the from the TfL agenda effectively, so we're talking about improved walking and cycling routes through the site. On dealing with,
just to be clear, this is CD 10.50, I think, is it?
It's basically all the walking and cycling improvements that are being secured as part of the development. So I'm talking about the scheme benefits as a whole.
Right.
Dealing firstly with the cycling offer that has been agreed as part of the development, leaving aside the issue of cycle parking, which I don't wish to contest. I really want us to have a look at what is actually proposed in terms of the cycling offer. Obviously, as part of the TfL criteria and the London Plan criteria, the development should be assessed on the basis of improving access to public transport and cycling and walking being the main predominant factors to provide a sustainable transport offer. We've mentioned the cycle superhighway, CS9, which runs a long distance from the site. It links Olympia, Kensington, Brentford, Hounslow, and there's no funding for that from TfL at the moment, and there's no funding, as I understand it, from this development. So there's the existing facilities on the Great West Road are pretty poor, and this development only seems to be securing a small section. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't seen any detailed drawings, but from what I read and from what I can see from the Section 106 agreement and the discussions with TfL at stage 1 and stage 2 through the GLA, the only thing that we're getting is a small segregated section of cycle lane on the south side of the Great West Road, from the site boundary to the sign lane lights, and then if we get the segregated crossing, through that crossing. Is that my correct interpretation?
Thank you for the question. No, not quite. In addition, there is a requirement for us to upgrade the route between the two sites, essentially. The focus was on the connectivity between the two. So the Boulder Academy are providing some improvements on Sign Lane north of the A4 on its eastern side. They provide a 3-metre wide shared footway cycleway. We've been asked to further upgrade that facility to provide a 5-metre wide segregated footway cycleway, which would effectively link the Boulder Academy to the infrastructure that sits beside the A4 Great West Road. As a result of the work we're doing, cyclists will no longer have to use the subway underpass to cross the Great West Road. They have the surface level crossing, where they'll be able to do that. And as you point out, also extending the off-carriageway cycling infrastructure along the site frontage at Homebase to support developments, and to do that we relocate the bus stop, which is a lay-by bus stop that currently sits on that frontage.
We're still unclear from our side as to who is actually funding those improvements on the north side of Sign Lane. You're saying you're further improving the existing cycle lane. I'm not aware of any cycle proposals that were included in the Section 106 agreement for the Boulder Academy, and I'm not aware of Hounslow. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not aware of any Hounslow cycling schemes to provide a dedicated cycle lane along Sign Lane from Gillette Corner to the Boulder Academy.
The measures I've just referred to are applicant funded measures, which are in the vicinity of the two sites. The Boulder Academy, it may be in place already. Apologies if it is, or I'm not quite sure, but there was proposals there to improve the cycle and pedestrian connectivity along the frontage of the existing Tesco store as part of that development, and our development will further improve those facilities. Mr. Heslop may be able to provide clarification.
Where are these improvements all set at? Is it just in the planning obligation? Because I've still only got bits and bobs, no details.
If I can, maybe. Sorry, I was going to say if I could maybe help. They are, I believe, that they're shown on the application drawings. I defer to Mr. Smith or Mr. Roberts as to whether they're in the conditions. But just to clarify, as part of the Boulder Academy development, there have been improvements. There is an area of shared cycleway and footway that's been implemented across the front of the current Tesco site on Sign Lane, south of Grant, between Grant Way and just before Gillette Corner. That is a segregated cycle lane, off carriageway. As part of the proposed development on the Tesco site, the cycle facility across the frontage of that site will be improved from a shared area to a segregated cycle lane and cycle track and footway, as described by Mr. Ward. If I can maybe just add as well, when he was referring to the ability for cyclists to cross at Gillette Corner, cross over the A4 at Gillette Corner, TfL have required that as part of the highway works, the existing crossing on the A4 and the proposed crossing will be toucan crossings, so will allow cyclists and pedestrians to cross. And one other point, if I may, in relation to potential cycle facility or improvements along the A4, and I think these are included in the Section 106 agreement, in both Section 106 agreements actually. In the Homebase Section 106 agreement, there will be improved to junctions and accesses.
Sorry, you broke up then.
Sorry, as part of the Homebase, included in the Homebase Section 106 agreement, there will be improvements to junctions and accesses east of Sion, between Sion and Jet Corner and Boston Manor Road, I believe. They exist to improve safety at existing crossings over the cycle lanes on the A4. They will be reviewed, and implementation is set out in the Section 106 agreement for Homebase. And for Tesco, similarly on the northern side of the A4 between Sion Lane and Osterley Station, if I recall correctly, there's an obligation for junctions to be reviewed and road safety improvements made at those junctions specifically to improve safety for cyclists.
Thank you for that. If I could perhaps just come back on the issue of the Osterley, or on the issue of the subway, which I understand is included in the Section 106 agreement, and it's been referred to in just a few moments ago. I understand that is effectively just, if I can use the words, tarting up. They are cleaning a few mirrors, cleaning a few lights. There's no substantial infrastructure work other than tactile paving going in at that subway. I don't know if any of you have walked through the subway, but it's a pretty grim scenario, and I understand that I thought that TfL and the London Borough of Hounslow had a programme of removing subways on the A4. That's certainly what was done with some of the development sites in Brentford along the Great West Road in the vicinity of Ealing Road. And I'm slightly surprised that as part of the Section 106 planning gains for this development, that infilling the subway or substantial improvements to the subway, and we're talking about, possibly relighting, retiling, re-signing, have not been included as a planning requirement, as Section 106 requirement as part of the application. If not, why not?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ward?
Yeah, more than happy to respond. You're right, many subways are being infilled for the reasons you've outlined. In this case, however, and we did model scenarios where that was infilled, and with essentially its replacement at surface with the surface level crossing. However, in this case, Mr. Heslop and his colleagues were very keen to try and retain that subway if possible, and the reason being is that there is a very heavy pedestrian demand from Sion Lane Station in the morning peak hour in particular, people getting off the trains and routing towards the employment estate on the other side of the A4. We had over 300 pedestrians surveyed in a 15-minute period, for example. It's a very heavy flow, but it's a one-way flow predominantly. It's very tidal. So what that subway provides is capacity across the A4. The surface level crossing provides a perfectly plausible and adequate facility for someone who maybe doesn't want to use the underpass, or maybe feels uncomfortable to use the underpass at certain times, but in parallel together they provide will hopefully provide the function that to get people across the carriageway in a safe and efficient manner.
Mr. Heslop, did you need to say anything?
If I could just add, I believe that there is a contribution in the home, I can't remember which Section 106 agreement it is. I think it might be Tesco for I think it's about £130,000 to improve the public realm, which I believe includes the improvements to the subway. But yeah, just to come back on Mr. West's point, yeah, the surface level crossing would be a two-can crossing, so cyclists would not use the subway, or should not use the subway.
Just to clarify, Mr. Slot, there are public realm enhancement obligations in both legal agreements.
Can I just come in with a point of clarification on there, that it's within the Homebase section 106 that there is the contribution towards the upgrading of the subway, and it's not just painting as indicated by that level of contribution. It will include lighting and material replacements and improvements as per the design that will be agreed with Hounslow as part of the discharge of that obligation. So it will be more substantial improvements to the appearance of the subway. Also, just in terms of point of references on the general pedestrian cycle improvements, it's schedule 5 of both section 106s where all the highway works are set out, which include all those pedestrian and cycle improvements.
There's no plans with them, so it says something like improvements to the cycleway on Great West Road or something, but it doesn't say where or how long, where that is. It's very vague.
I understand there are plans in the final version of the section 106, indicative plans that are referred to there.
Okay, because all I just saw was a long schedule of what the highway works would entail. But again, I haven't gone through them in great detail at the moment yet, but I'll provide some feedback on those hopefully before the session on planning obligations.
And just to add, in terms of pedestrian and cycle improvements, that as well as those listed, there are routes through the sites as well, which particularly responding to some of the policy aspirations in the draft Great West Corridor local plan for clean air routes. So that was a key part of the discussions with Hounslow, on both sites. So there's a clean air route that wraps around the boundary of the Homebase site, and then 2 routes across the Tesco site, which are pedestrian and cycle routes.
Thank you for that. If I could just come back on 2 points. I totally agree with the inspector's comments about the section 106 being very vague. I looked to try and find some drawings on the schedule, and as the inspector has noted, there's just a heading of the schedule number and no drawing. So it would be helpful perhaps during the course of this inquiry if that information can be made available, so that we can be fully aware of the extent of the benefits from the section 106, if I can use that word.
I mean, they must be available somewhere because of the costings. So, thank you.
Just before I come on to my final point, Mum, on walking, just to pick up one point which has been raised, and that relates to the relocation of the westbound bus stop outside. I take this is the stop on the northeast corner of the site, northeast corner of the junction. Sorry, southeast corner of the junction. Just to clarify, I understand that the requirement of that stop to move eastwards, and there's we're not told how many meters eastwards. It would be good to clarify that, whether it's 1 meter, 5 meters, 20 meters. I understand the requirements to move the stop eastwards are twofold: one, to accommodate the cycle lane, and secondly, to accommodate the bus, to enable it to turn right at the Gillette corner junction to head towards the Tesco development. Now, that in itself somewhat alarms me, because a bus driver will be expected to cross 4 traffic lanes of a very busy road to join the right turn lane, which is a considerable maneuver. And I'm just wondering whether that's actually been tested or modelled, and to what extent it is considered to be feasible. And can you clarify the distance at which the bus stop moves further east? Thank you.
No problem. So you're absolutely right. They're the two reasons the bus stop moves. So you can extend the existing off-carriageway cycle facility alongside the A4 and to enable buses to turn right. So when the E1 bus is extended, it will come along the A4 and then turn right into Cyan Lane to travel north towards the existing Tesco site, where it will terminate and then turn and go back for whence it came. So a bus stop needs to be located somewhere that E1 facility can stop and service our development and developments that are also local to us. So that bus stop will be moved to the east of the Harlequin Avenue junction. So just the other side of the Harlequin Avenue. So Harlequin Avenue is the next road to the east from the A4, the next one from Cyan Lane along. So it must be 80 or 90 metres it's moving. I haven't got a measure, I'm afraid. That's an estimate.
Thank you for that. So that will be some considerable distance away from the main entrance to the Tesco store, will it not?
It will be, again, I'd have to measure 100 metres, something like that, maybe.
Again, this wasn't included in the drawings that went to the planning committee for approval.
Yes.
And the reason I raised it is because we had no idea to what extent where the bus stop moved to what extent or away from the development it moved, and clearly that's quite a significant distance away from the main Tesco entrance and exit to the store, which I think may be of concern, particularly for people with disabilities or those that have walking impediments.
All I would say to that is the existing bus stop at the existing Tesco's isn't by the store door. It requires a customer to walk across the car park, and I haven't got the relative distances compared to what it would be for this store in front of me, but there won't be I don't think there'd be a great deal between the two.
But you'll accept, won't you not, that in order to comply with safer streets, Vision Zero, healthy streets, that we should be achieving betterment in this development. And again, I go back to the paragraphs that I quoted from the NPPF, as well as the London plan policies and the mayoral transport strategy to improve access to public transport to effectively provide a door-to-door service to serve key developments. Okay, thank you. Could I now move on to the concluding part of
Sorry, Ma'am, I just wanted to make one point of clarification just in relation to Mr. West's comment about the safety and ability for bus drivers to turn right from that bus stop.
Yes.
The only point I'd just like to make is that in assessing changes to bus routes, TfL undertake and the bus companies undertake route tests to ensure that changes are feasible and appropriate and safe. So I believe that route tests have been undertaken. In fact, I know route tests have been undertaken for the extension to the E1. So that will be picked up in that. Now, I would just also make the point that in knowing that the bus TfL are looking to move the bus stop, they have not objected to that in relation to accessibility to the Tesco store, which will have level access and be fully compliant with Disability Act.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. West.
Thank you for that. But perhaps if there's any evidence of a file note or a site meeting note to that effect, could that be submitted to this inquiry as one of the documents?
Mr. Heslop, have you got that in writing?
I don't have it in writing. I can inquire of TfL if that would be of assistance, and if provide anything that they can give me and submit that, if that would be acceptable.
Right, so you've told me that they had no objections, but they haven't put that in writing. Is that what you're saying?
Well, so I mean, in their assessment of in relation to moving the bus stop away from the store, they've not in their letter of March the 26th, they didn't raise that as a concern. Sorry, that's what I meant by that point. Apologies for any confusion.
So I think that's the written confirmation that they had no objections, Mr. West.
So, Madam, just to confirm, those are the documents you don't have yet.
Yes, I don't have them, I know.
But they'll be on the Inquiry website later today, I think.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Mr. West, you were going to move on to another point, I think.
Yes, my final point, again, part of the Healthy Streets agenda is just looking at the public realm and the walk routes around the development. I think it's generally accepted that the existing scenario shows a very poor level of public realm in terms of walk routes. We have quite narrow pavements along Cyan Lane and along the Great West Road, and as has been demonstrated by others, there is a very high level of footfall for the existing Sky employees between the Sky campus and Cyan Lane station, and I myself have witnessed that on numerous occasions. I can tell you that in the last few weeks, now that traffic is picking up on the trains, and I take the trains about 8:30 in the morning, and I've personally witnessed about 100 people exiting the Cyan Lane station between 8:30 and 9 o'clock in the morning, and queuing up to exit the station because they use the oyster gates, the oyster readers. It's interesting and surprising that no Section 106 contributions are being sought from this development, from South West Trains or from Network Rail. Again, I am quite surprised. We know that lifts were put in recently. The station has full DDA access. However, there's only one overbridge, and there is congestion on the overbridge. All the people exiting, all the commuters exiting Cyan Lane station at 8:30 to 9 in the morning cross that overbridge and exit onto the main route onto Cyan Lane. This will cause conflict with from the residents of the development who will be using Cyan Lane stations. So I don't know if any consideration has been given to the.
You mean them going in the opposite direction?
Yeah, so effectively, I suppose I should really have illustrated this, but there is one overbridge which links the new staircase to the exit onto Cyan Lane, which is also the main entry onto the London-bound platform. So effectively, you have a mingling of passengers travelling north with those travelling south. Had we been in a COVID scenario, as we were a few weeks ago, then that environment would have been deemed to be unsafe because you couldn't maintain social distancing. Anyway, accepting that we've moved on from that, the issue is still there. We have the ins and the outs mixing at a very congested point. Madam, you'll probably see that on your site visit if you happen to be there at 8:30 in the morning. Or conversely, the 5 o'clock, there used to be a pre-COVID, there was a 5 to 5:30 p.m. Sky Peak, which I think coincides with their shifts, where the platform at Cyan Lane, the London-bound platform, is extremely congested with about 200 people at 5 o'clock in the evening. I just leave that.
So you're saying that you're surprised that there was no request for funding to improvements in terms of increasing capacity?
Yes,
the station rather than on the train.
It is very surprising for Network Rail and South West Trains when asked about whether they would want any contributions to following from a development, not to actually come up with a proposal. Anyone who's has any knowledge of Cyan Lane Station will know that there's not even any lighting in the waiting shelters there. It's completely dark. Small cosmetic improvements like that would be of great benefit to the existing users of the station, and it's the sort of thing that could be secured from this development. I would suggest.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Just a quick point on that, which I think Mr. Weston, you have got. The local authority did consult and engage with Network Rail and South West Rail, and they had the opportunity to consider whether obligations should be sought, and they determined that they were not needed, and no requests were made. So just to be clear on that point, thank you, Mark.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
So going back to the fundamental point about the pedestrian routes, in terms of the proposed development, the main concern is the large Tesco building on the southeast corner of the junction. If we look at the actual design of it and the bulk of it, and the walk routes around it are quite narrow. And I think if I could perhaps point to the comments made by the design review panel in their letter to the council dated 28th of January 2021, which I think is one of the core documents.
I need the core document reference number, please.
Right. I'll give you that if I can. Perhaps I'll come back to it, madam. But there's also evidence in the in TfL's stage 1 and stage 2 report to the effect that they would like to see improved pedestrian routes between the junction and Cyan Lane Station and Cyan Lane. Now, as I understand it, the current again, we're limited by having not seen proper drawings as part of the applications, other than just artists' impressions and plans showing the buildings. I'm not aware of a detailed, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not aware of a detailed plan which actually shows the extent of the public realm and the improvements to the existing road outside the site. So the question is, what are the improvements that will, what pavement widths will we end up with on Cyan Lane? Will the pedestrian environment be improved? Will the trees be on the public highway or on private forecourt? Generally, what is the pedestrian environment going to look like? And crucially, will it be able to accommodate the existing sky trips and the additional trips generated by this development? And just going back to the question we had earlier on about Sky employees using the subway, again, from a casual observation of the site, you may be aware that there is a sort of an unofficial desire line through the existing Homebase car park. So in order to obviate the need to use the subway, a lot of the Sky employees cut through the car park in the morning and the evening, and then use the pedestrian crossing at Harley Quinn Avenue to actually access the campus. That car park will disappear with the Tesco development on its as a replacement. So that will further aggravate and increase the number of walkers using Cyan Lane and the Great West Road at that critical southeast corner junction. And my question is, what improvements are being secured as part of the development? Madam, I've got the reference for the.
Oh, thank you.
The letter I was quoting from. Yes, it's CD 3.12, and it's the letter from the Household Design Review panel dated 28th of January 2021. If I could just quote a couple of lines from that letter where they make the point on the overall footprint. The issue remains constraining the public realm to the edge of the site. Despite your efforts to mitigate this with landscape design, we are still not convinced that there will be sufficient space to accommodate the movements of the 1,200 new residential people walking to and from Cyan Lane Station. So that, Madam, reaffirms our concerns about the walk routes around the development.
Thank you. Who's going to
can I-
that?
Can I just come in on a couple of those points? One being the documents and drawings showing the proposals. So just to clarify, the latest version of the Section 106 agreements have gone up on the core document library. So that is only just gone up in the last couple of days, I understand. And those do have as appendices the plans. So they show the highway work plans, and they show the clean air route location, and indicative drawings showing where the public realm works are. So those are indicative at this stage in well, not the highway works, but the public realm improvements and the clean air route are obviously just areas and illustrative plans to be agreed under detailed design, but the plans now have been attached to the Section 106.
I don't see them in the documents handed up to the inquiry list on the library.
Sorry, CD 5.9, 5.10 and 5.11, the latest versions of the draft Section 106. And
so they should have gone in the ID as documents handed up during the inquiry.
Okay.
As long as I know where they are. So.
Yeah.
So they've replaced earlier iterations, so you don't see the evolution.
No. So the original draft Section 106 is still there at 5.5 and 5.6.
Okay.
So CD 5.5 and 5.6, and then the newer versions 5.9, 5.10 and 5.11. So I mean they can be changed to an ID reference, but they have been put on
I know for sure where they are. Let me just make sure I've got them. CD5.
So 5.5 and 5.6 are the earlier versions, the drafts, and then the latest versions 5.9, 5.10 and 5.11.
Okay, thank you.
And just a point picking up in terms of general pedestrian improvement around that Homebase site and the desire lines across the Homebase car park. There's greater widths of public realm along Cyan Lane in front of the Homebase sites, and also there is the clean air route, which is a plan-led improvement which wraps around the boundary and does come out by the crossing over to Harlequin Avenue. So it provides two options of a route to get to that crossing to go up to Harlequin Avenue. And again, that's something that's come out of the council's proposals in their Great West Corridor local plan.
Sorry, did you say that there was the improvements around the Tesco site provided a greater width public realm than around Homebase?
Sorry, the greater width along Cyan Lane in front of the new Tesco store on the Homebase site. So it was a comment in response to the desire line from Cyan Line station up to the Sky campus, and that people currently cut across the Homebase car park. So there'll be two routes. One is to take the pavement on Cyan Lane, and the other one is the new clean air route around the boundary of the Tesco store.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, ma'am. Just if I may, just to add to agree with what Mr. Roberts just said about the clean air route that would provide the alternative to pedestrian route through to Harlequin Avenue, but just also to add and to clarify that within the planning applications, within the transport assessments, the applicant undertook an active travel zone assessment, which is an assessment required by TfL to look at pedestrian routes between a development site and local facilities such as schools or town centres or doctor surgeries, etc. They were submitted as part of the applications. They were reviewed by the council, and appropriate mitigation measures secured within either by condition or as part of the plans. there's nothing specific on the route from other than the improvements around the Homebase site as described by Mr. Roberts. There are no other specific improvements on the route down south along Sign Lane down towards London Road, but that was assessed by us. And just to clarify as well, that a pedestrian level of comfort assessment was also undertaken and reviewed by ourselves and TfL as part of the process, and that has again led to appropriate mitigation measures being secured.
Such as
I believe the improvements to the subway and the improvements around public realm improvements around the site. It's just clarified that that assessment has justified those or supported the contribution and the public realm works.
okay, thank you very much. Mr. West.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. 2 points for me on that. It's good to know that the pedestrian comfort assessment has been carried out. I understood that this was still outstanding from the GLA Stage 2 report. Would it be possible to actually see this document? And can it be considered as part of? Can it be added to the core documents in the library? My second point is one.
Mr. I don't know whether Mr. Oh no, he's not. I thought you might have frozen there, Mr. Heslop.
I think Mr. Ward was going to come in actually.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, all I was going to say is the pedestrian comfort assessments contained within the transport assessments, both applications, so that information will already be on file.
The GLA in their Stage 1 and Stage 2 report specifically stated that, that this was something that had been omitted, and in fact it's referred to in their Stage 2 report. I can quote it if you want. That's why I'm surprised that, I mean, it's good to know that the one's being done, but how recent is it? Because it certainly.
Can you direct us perhaps to the part in the transport assessment where it is?
I can. Bear with me a moment. One of the later sections, let's say section 9. Hang on. Is
just while Mr. Ward's looking, ma'am, I'm looking at the March 21 TfL consultation responses, and both of those refer to the fact that the pedestrian comfort level assessment has now been provided.
Yes, it's section 10 of the transport assessments contains the comfort analysis.
And then the March 2021 response confirms that they're happy with that.
That's correct.
So just for clarification, has the transport assessment been revised again to take into account the pedestrian comfort assessment?
The assessment, the TAs haven't been are dated January 2021, but they haven't been revised again, no.
Has that been included as a core, as one of the core documents? The updated TA.
Yeah, yes, that has. So the references are 4.8 is the Tesco transport assessment, and the Homebase one is 3.7. And just to clarify, those are the ones. They were the transport assessments that were submitted after the Stage 1 comments and before the Stage 2 comments, and were obviously subject to public consultation by Hounslow prior to determination at committee.
Thank you for that. So perhaps just to sum up my final comment, I think Madam, like you, Ogura does share the concerns about the lack of any detailed plans that are accompanying what is a detailed planning application at this stage that was approved some while ago. And obviously we have not been able to fully comment on a lot of the issues that I've raised in relation to the Homebase site, particularly in relation to bus stops, cycle lanes and footways. And again, I haven't had, myself and my colleagues haven't had the chance to analyse these in detail or to comment on them. Perhaps, Madam, I could ask, would we have the opportunity, should that become necessary, to readdress the inquiry at some further stage, just to have any further, make any further representations on those detailed plans?
I mean, we will be discussing the specific provisions of the planning obligations at the roundtable sessions, but they will have been things that will have been requested by the council, so the council will be content with any implications of the measures that are being proposed.
Yes, we're just at a disadvantage because we haven't been able to fully consider the drawings.
I think they're apparently on there now at CDs 5.9 through to 5.11. You wouldn't, in the normal run of things, the plans in a planning obligation, you wouldn't normally go out to public consultation on them.
You raise a fundamental point there, Madam, and I think whilst that may well be the case, if the details of the Section 106 obligations are so material, like the movement of the bus stop or things like that, then it could be that members were not aware of that, or perhaps that should go back for further consideration by the council to be signed off by the planning committee chair or by the committee. I mean, these are issues that I raise, you know, obiter dictum really, but
the matters being the whole application, whatever the council's views on the various matters, the whole thing's being assessed at this inquiry and is before the Secretary of State to make the decision, not the council. So, but we'll be discussing all the respective the details of the respective obligations at the roundtable sessions in due course.
Thank you, Ma'am. That concludes my evidence for today and Augura's evidence for today. Thank you very much.
On that issue, I think we've got another session this afternoon after lunch. Okay, so just gone 1:10, time for lunch. If we resume at 2 o'clock, does that give people sufficient time, or do people need the full hour? Makes no difference to me.
Yeah, that's fine by the applicant, ma'am.
Yeah, so we'll resume at 2 o'clock then.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam.
Busy there, I lost track of the time.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Afternoon. Okay, anything arisen over the lunch adjournment that I need to be made aware of?
Not from the council side, Madam.
Okay, lovely. We'll crack on then with the third of our roundtable sessions, which is on environmental impacts.
In terms of our personnel for this one, ma'am, slight change of personnel from the applicant. So we'll do the same thing, ma'am, and we'll submit their full qualifications and job title and so on in an email. But the Donald Sinclair, dealing with sustainability points, and in particular in relation to air quality, there he is. Afternoon, Mr. Sinclair. He'll introduce himself when he first speaks, ma'am, and then Connor Rusby, dealing with air quality.
Who, sorry?
Connor Rusby. He should be there, just on the screen in the list of icons there, yeah, ma'am. I'll ask them to introduce themselves when they first speak to the inquiry.
What about the council?
Madam, Mr. Smith is going to lead on this one for the council.
I should also have said, I do apologise. Can you see next to, I don't know whether it's arranged in the same way on your screen as mine, ma'am, but next to, in the icons, there's also Anna Gomez. Do you see Anna Gomez? She's a colleague of Mr. Rusby, also probably on air quality, if needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then I think for you, Ms. Striak, you indicated it was yourself, Mr. Zikri, and Ms. Guest.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you. So we'll take the items as before, one at a time. So the first on the list is climate emergency and the scheme's response to that. So I don't know, does someone from the council, Mr. Rusby's wait, okay. Does someone from the applicant want to just set out briefly how, in its view, the scheme addresses the council's climate change action plan, please? Who's going from the appellant? You're on mute. Mr. Warren, you're on mute.
I beg your pardon, ma'am. I think Mr. Roberts, we're being asked to deal with this on the basis of what's been said earlier on behalf of the. Would you mind just giving the headline points on?
Yeah, I do apologise. I thought you said the council. Sorry. Yeah. So in terms of the climate emergency declaration and the council's climate emergency action plan, this was obviously prior to the policy context, which is essentially what these applications are responding to. So the adoption of the London Plan in January 2021, and also the council's own emerging policy, which effectively aligns itself with the London Plan. So as far as we understand, that the council's action plan is primarily focused on the council and its targets in terms of reducing its own carbon footprint. It acknowledges its role in terms of how it can influence carbon savings, and primarily through planning policy, and we're referring to that planning policy context, which is as set out in the London Plan, which, as you'll see from our submissions, that we are fully compliant with.
Okay. So, Mr. Zikri.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am, and good afternoon, everyone else who's participating here. My name is Mohsen Zikri, and I'm an OGRA member, and I lived in this area for 44 years. And I have been asked to help on those topics, actually. So Ma'am, well, first of all, thank you for the well thought out agenda that almost links the various topics. But more specifically, climate emergency and zero carbon are very intertwined.
Yeah.
So, but totally in your hands whether you wish to treat them separately or whether I can talk about one and the other as they link together. Not try to force issues or anything actually. So looking at the climate emergency, would you like me just to, obviously in our proof of evidence, we've given headlines and we've provided the evidence, and the applicant responded to that. So how would you like to structure it?
Okay. Well, if we just follow the agenda, so we're dealing first with the climate emergency.
Yeah.
So action plan. We've heard from Mr. Roberts. So I know that OGRA is concerned that, in your view, the scheme doesn't address the climate, that doesn't address the action plan. Mr.
Yes.
Roberts has just told us that really they're responding to the relevant development plan policies. And so far as the action plan goes, it's aimed mainly at the council's own premises, its own estate, its own roles.
Yeah. May I comment on this, ma'am? CD 1037 contains the London Borough of Hounslow Climate Emergency Action Plan 2020 to 2030. And the first part of that document deals with council-owned properties and cars and everything else. And part two deals with commercial and residential developments, where the council has taken the lead there, quite understandably, to influence the action plan for commercial developments and so on, specifically those which are coming online now, specifically those which are very large, like this one. And I would quote actually from page 16, item 5.5, table 2, item 1, the borough utilizing the planning system to support the delivery of zero carbon new developments as quickly as practicable, and the borough requiring zero carbon building standards for all new build. And I think this is very important. So they're not talking only about zero carbon, but they're talking about raising the bar on building standards. And if I may, ma'am, I would make just one more remark here and say that when we speak about climate change and climate emergency, we have to look at the whole team, the architect, the engineers, and the specialists working as a team cohesively through an iteration process, which is what the design is about, to deliver what is needed. One final point I would make on that, other than the need for this multidisciplinary approach, which I have to say is being lacking, and I will come to that in a few minutes. But on page 42 of that document, Appendix B deals with the borough-wide emission action plan. So that goes beyond what the borough needs and wants to see for its property, cars, and other establishment. So they have basically three time frames for that. What they call the year of action, which is 2020, and then year 2 is short term, which is 5 years from 2021-22 to 2024-25, and finally the year 6 to 10 plan, which they call it medium to long-term plan, 2025-26 and 2029-30. And one final point on that, on page 43, the need for the council to update relevant policy to ensure that from 2025 at the latest, no new homes can be connected to gas grid. I think that's important. And that all new homes should be heated using low carbon energy sources and have ultra high levels of energy efficiency alongside appropriate ventilation. Okay, and I think that ends my statements on that topic.
So it's that particular bullet that you're saying that there's conflict with, are you?
Yes, that the council seem to encourage, not seem, the council wants to encourage the private sector to adhere to that plan, and ensuring that from 2025 at the latest, no homes can be connected to the gas grid. Knowing about the size of those two projects, Pam, and the fact that they have to go through a long gestation period, we could safely say that 2025 is just around the corner, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody want to come back in response to that? Mr. Smith?
Very quickly, Mum, if that's okay. Thank you. Yeah, just to cover out the council's position, I think on the climate emergency, as has been said, the council has declared a climate emergency. It takes its responsibilities in that regard very, very seriously indeed. The action plan that we're talking about, it deals with lots of things. It's designed to provide and promote initiatives in response to that emergency. And I'm just looking now at paragraph 5.4, which is on page 15 of that document, and it really talks to Mr. Roberts's point, which is it says the council's most direct sphere of influence over wider emissions relates to those associated with new commercial and residential development, in brackets, through planning policy. And that's the key point. I think what the action plan doesn't do is provide new or additional or replacement planning policy. It cross-refers planning policy, and we'll come on perhaps to the relationship between the schemes and that policy, but both Mr. Roberts and I say that the schemes fully comply with relevant policies in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I might ask Mr. Ma'am, I might ask Mr. Sinclair to comment briefly. I'm conscious that we're straying slightly across zero carbon and gas and so on, yeah, I mean, I don't know when's best, and we don't want to miss it. But shall we just respond on the gas boilers and the government plan point? Yeah. I'd like Mr. Sinclair to come in at this point. Good afternoon, Mr. Sinclair.
Good afternoon. Yes, I think that it's referring to a out-of-date government plan where they were going to ban gas boilers, but in the end did not. And secondly, that was specifically about a gas connection to homes themselves, which isn't proposed here at all, where we've got actually heat being provided to the homes. That government plan didn't talk about provision of gas to an energy centre for provision of heat.
Sorry, can you say that again, please?
Sure. So 2 points. One, that the government had an idea to have to ban gas boilers by 2025, but in the end did not adopt that as policy, so that hasn't happened. And secondly, that plan was specifically for connection of gas to homes, which isn't even the plan here anyway, where we're connecting heat into the homes.
We'll come back to this, ma'am, later. Perhaps we've got the point about how the thing is mainly heated and the purpose of the gas connection as a fallback. We've made this point in our written document.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay, so shall we move then to the zero carbon and talk about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Move straight into that quite nicely.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. But I'd like to make one remark, if I may. This came from the consultants acting on behalf of the applicant. This is Appendix 10 of the round table statements, and it's interesting because
just hold on a moment, just hold for a minute. Yep.
Yeah. Supplementary statement on roundtable matters, Appendix 10 by Hodgkinson.
Yep.
The consultants acting on behalf of the applicant. If you're good enough to look at page 2, third paragraph, the penultimate sentence said, triple glazing may be considered to the neighboring Tesco Austerley development, given the longer build timescales under consideration. And I think when I read this, I thought it is very welcoming statement. And why was it not adopted for the home-based development? And that would take us nicely on the zero carbon issue that's been put across by the consultant's applicant, and where it's been stated that it's the energy statement for the home base CD 3.10. And I'd like to refer you more specifically to table 3 of that document, which is right at the front. You don't have to go too far to look it up. And it shows for the home-based scheme, 51% towards zero carbon. And then it provides a breakdown of the 51%. And this is really very interesting because the 3 parts to that. The first part is be lean, which is 17%, be clean, 24%, and be green, 2%. So just very briefly, for the be lean scheme, the consultant has used the SAP 10 for year 2012. SAP stands for Standard Assessment Procedure, and that shows an improvement over the building regulation of about 12%, which is okay, but it's nothing to write home about, quite frankly. The second item is very interesting. Be clean is 24%, and that is credited to the consultant who decided to use a site-wide network of distribution from the central plant. So it's a no-brainer in its sense, but it's very welcome. And the last one, which is 2% contribution, and that's given for using photovoltaic cells. So that tells us that the first one, 17%, could have been improved enormously by looking at the statement that the consultant made about using triple glazing. And that demonstrates to us, as we've said in the first session that we've had, that the facade, which is the first line defense against the climate, is not working very hard. You could have improved the performance of this facade enormously. And I'll say just very simply, if you use double glazing, which is being used with a U value of 1.4, you could improve that by 40% at least by using triple glazing. Mm. So that tells us that a lot more could have been done by working on a unidisciplinary basis and a multidisciplinary basis to deliver a facade, which is the start point of fighting the climate. Okay. The last point I want to make on this is that the 2% contribution by photovoltaic panels is very modest. And we know why it's very modest, because it's been applied to the roofs of Block A, D, and E only. And in a nutshell, there are too many elements trying to compete for roof space. So you have the amenity area suggested by the architect. You have solar panels, and you can't have the solar panels over the amenity areas. Otherwise, you'll be like in a shed. And then you have roof plant competing also for roof space. And finally, the architect has decided to go for green roofs. you can't have green roofs and solar panel on top. Otherwise, you know, there's so these are just few pointers to tell us that a lot more could be done. A lot more improvements are worthwhile having just by working at it much harder.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who's going to respond to that, please?
Well, shall I come in with one point first, and then perhaps I'll pass on to Donald. So just in terms of the overall approach, it very much has been a multidisciplinary approach across all the different consultants and architects and the client together. And we're also responding not just to the advice of all those different specialists, but also various different policies in the development plan, which we need to take account of all of them and discuss the best way forward with the officers at Hounslow and with the GLA. So with things like the use of roof space, we're responding to the London Plan policies on urban greening, where the officers at the GLA will very much ask us to look at potential for green and brown roofs, and that includes co-location with photovoltaic panels, and the two can coexist on the same roofs. Also looking at amenity space and play space and all those elements that we need to respond to. So it is all about collectively working together as a team to try and create the best possible development that responds to all the various different policies. I think I'll probably pass it over to Donald on the specific points about the B-lean measures and the efficiency of the facades.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, there's a few points there that I'll try and take in turn. In terms of why triple glazing on Tesco and not Homebase, firstly, the policy requirements and the building regulation requirements for Homebase don't necessitate it, whereas they're going to escalate and are likely to apply more onerous requirements on the Tesco site. At the same time as that, we'd expect the cost of triple glazing to reduce, and therefore it's a more viable measure for the Tesco site. Picking up on the, I think, 40% further reduction from triple glazing, I would take issue with that. We need to remember that in the B-lean section, we're not just looking at space heating requirements, which are very low anyway, but that also captures hot water and the electrical requirements as well. So if there was triple glazing, I would expect a much more modest improvement in the reduction of a small number of single figure percents. In terms of the green roofs and the PV, they can work very well together. Green roofs actually improve the efficiency of PV because they cool them down slightly. And as long as the species are suitably selected, yeah, they work very well together. Were there any points I've missed off responding there?
Don't think so. Don't think so. Was there anything else you needed to respond to there, Mr. Zikri?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. The issue of double glazing versus triple glazing is interesting, actually, because depending on how you design the double glazing and the triple glazing and the framing and so on, you could achieve quite a lot by using triple glazing. And a general comment I would make on that front is that it's very apparent that we're in a very fast-moving scenario now on climate change, energy, and so on, and is so much influenced by so many factors that we're almost seeing changes every 6 months. And it's interesting, the geopolitical situation with the Ukraine and so on, what that did to energy and energy prices and the need to be going even a lot further than we are doing now. So this is something very important, and projects that I know of, that have very long gestation period, normally they try to have at least 20% to 25% improvement on the building regulations, and they keep on revising that as the job goes into action. And we're not talking about something impossible, because again, it's in the public domain. We all know about the development in London Borough of Sutton called Beddington Z, Bed Z for short, that's zero carbon. It's been designed and been operational, the first part of it in 2002, and is being audited and monitored in 2003 to ensure that it delivers what is written on the can, so to speak. So we're not it is challenging, and we're not talking about something impossible here, but to put it at a very practical level, it's cheaper and more expedient for a developer to pay into an offset fund than to do triple glazing. It's cheaper. Just pay the fund and don't go through the problem of expenditure, redesign, and doing all those things. And incidentally, just to say that how fast things are moving, our first comment on the planning drawings, planning submission that was submitted, quoted the developer willing to pay £60 per ton of CO2 in the offset fund. And we flagged this up that is being incorrect and is being revised to 95. So now the council is going to be getting his offset funds at £95. But it's more of an incentive actually for the developer to consider seriously, not only triple glazing, there's many other measures. But I'm saying glazing is the weakest point in the facade.
Okay. So I think there's 2 points. I think Mr. Zikri is making 2 points. One, that the scheme could be more efficient than it is, in his view, quite easily. And secondly, he's querying the use of the carbon offset fund as an alternative to improving the performance of the site. Is that a fair summary, Mr. Zikri?
Very succinctly.
Okay, so who's going to take those 2 points?
Yeah, shall I just come in really? Yeah, so in the course of the discussions on this application, we were obviously addressing the London plan policy on minimising greenhouse gas emissions, which is policy SI2. It was in draft form initially, and then adopted during the course of the application. We on submission of the application, we're achieving 35% site-wide emission reduction, and worked closely with officers at GLA and officers at Hounslow in order to push those on-site emission reductions as far as was feasibly possible. So it's not a case of the applicant deciding what is most cost effective. It's a process of it being scrutinised and being demonstrated that we've taken all reasonable opportunities to minimise on-site emissions. And so the amended energy strategy for both sites, it's 51% on on-site reductions on the Homebase site and 60% on the Tesco site. So delivering really meaningful on-site emissions, but most importantly, complying with that policy SI2 through the combination of the on-site emissions and the offset payment, which is only to offset the additional emissions above and beyond those which can't be offset on site.
And is the point that the offset fund is a legitimate way of dealing with it in the current policy framework?
And it's part of the compliance with that policy. So the zero carbon target within that policy. It is about going as far as you reasonably can, but then you can offset through that energy hierarchy within that policy. So it's as agreed by the GLA and agreed by Hounslow, it's fully compliant.
Ma'am, can I make an observation here? It's easy to talk about compliance, more difficult to talk about improvements, especially if improvements are possible. And I just said, and I'm sorry to repeat myself, that very simple things, the fast-moving climate, energy climate, geopolitical issues and so on, demand that we need to be very nimble at moving and delivering something a little bit more than compliance. And I believe that this is just a final remark. I believe that the resources available to an FT 100 housing developer ought to give him the flexibility and the power to take a lead on issues like that, if I may say so.
But the bottom line is that are you saying that they don't comply with the policy, the relevant policies?
No, sorry, ma'am, they comply, but they could do better.
Right, but okay.
Because the policy is about a minimum to be achieved.
Okay.
Ma'am, I'd like to make just a couple of observations still on that very thick document, which is the CD 3.10, and I'll make life very easy for everyone. Right at the end of that document, there's Appendix K. The very last page of that document is Appendix K. And this diagram there showing in red where solar panels are proposed to go.
Yeah.
And that addresses the point I was making, that opportunities have been lost at roof level and at podium level to have even more solar panels. The other point I'd like to make
well, we're on that point. Where else on the roof do you say they could have gone?
Well, there are areas at the back of the development, on the east side of the development, that's possible. And the plant area is very vague, but I'm pretty sure that some solar panels could go there. That almost talking about doubling the area of the solar panels. Sorry, I'm not sitting here as a designer. My apologies. It's just suggestions. Then, to make your life easier as well, in the appendices, in fact, 2 or 3 appendices preceding the one I mentioned, there's Appendix J, indicative roof plant layout, Appendix J.
So I've got Appendix J is correspondence with Sky Campus.
No. Appendix J is called indicative ASHP roof plant layout.
G, not J.
G, sorry.
Oh. Okay.
My apologies. So the first drawing there is...
Let me just get to G, hang on.
Sorry.
Right, Appendix G.
Yeah, sorry, ma'am. The first drawing is a Bureau Hapoel drawing, A3 drawing, showing an indicative area of plant. The second drawing is also an A3 drawing with no notes at all. So I don't know what that drawing is telling us, other than there are 3 big boxes there. Are there heat pumps? or what. Then finally, the following appendix, which is Appendix H, is an A3 drawing from Bureau Happold as well, showing 5 boilers in the basement. And those numbers and those annotation, when they exist, they're totally at variance with what the text says. So we don't know what's going on.
So where is the conflict with the text?
The conflict with the text is that they were talking about 2 boilers, 2 gas-fired boilers, acting as standby. And even there was a conflict, because one part of the text says that they are used to boost water temperature during cold weather. In another part of the text, they say, oh, because air source heat pumps are a new technology, which I find very difficult to accept. They need boilers in case one of the unit fails and they need to maintain it. But if that argument is correct, why not have more heat pumps? So you could see, ma'am, there's a total confusion about what's been proposed and how it works and why it's been chosen, why different bits of kits have been chosen and so on. And to be frank, I was disappointed to come across this at the stage where you have an application, an outline full planning application.
So my understanding of what you've just said is that there's 3 issues. One is solar panels could have been more on the east side. You think that the plant detailing shown at Appendix G is not helpful or informative, and that there's conflict between what's shown about the boilers in the basin, what's shown on the pictorial diagram, and what's referred to in the text.
Yeah. Absolutely spot on, ma'am. The only other issue I'm addressing is how will the boiler be used? In one part, they say they are essential to raise the water temperature that you get out of a heat pump, which is around 50 or 60 degrees centigrade to about 70 or 80 degrees centigrade. If this is essential, then is there, why are they saying that you need boilers for maintenance purposes? They either have an essential role when they're needed or they haven't.
Okay, so if we take the location of solar panels first, who's going to deal with that? And that ties in, I think, with the plant.
I can, yes. So
you.
I think there is suggestions of having PV where the heat pumps are, which wouldn't be appropriate because we need to retain airflow to those units. I think there was also suggestion of having them lower down at podium level where there would be significant overshadowing and they wouldn't be functioning well at all.
Yeah, forgive me, ma'am, this is what I just said. That there are areas where you can't put panels, which is on top of the roof plant, and also the amenity areas. But then there's another part of the roof space above the towers where they could go.
Sinclair, you were clear where that's?
Yeah.
B1, B2, and B3.
I think the issue there is there's other rooftop uses in terms of lift overruns and access and whatever, and because they're smaller spaces, it's harder to accommodate all of those demands and still have PV panels around them. So they were focused onto the larger flat areas, effectively on the other buildings.
Yeah. but you could still design around all those obstacles actually, because the roof, the PV panels could be proud of any lift overrun or any areas where you know you have difficulties. It's just a remark. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then the second point then was about the boilers.
Yes, I think there might be some issue of versions here. The original energy strategy with the 35% CO2 reduction did use boilers to boost the temperature from the heat pumps. The final version on which the consent was based has heat pumps generating 100% of the heat without any boiler top up. So they are just there as a resilience measure. In terms of heat pumps being new, their application on residential heat networks is new. The high temperature heat pumps that are needed to do 100% are new, very new in the application to this. And the key requirement in it all is that the residents have heat when they need it. So we're definitely planning on having 100% of heat, but should there be brief maintenance issues, we need the backup.
So how many boilers are proposed?
Yeah, I'm not aware of there being any inconsistency in the number. The Burahapple drawing shows 5. Should the detailed design vary that, I'm not saying it would. It wouldn't actually alter the energy strategy anyway.
Sorry, ma'am, if I may respond to that. But if you're saying that the boilers are there in case any of the heat pump fails, it would be a good backup. Why not have another heat pump and not have boilers at all? Because boilers need to be connected with gas. And this is what I'm trying to say. You know, so you avoid using gas, connecting to gas altogether.
There isn't a policy requirement for us to do that. And there also has to be kept in mind that the reason for a heat pump failure could apply to the extra one that you've provided, and therefore not necessarily providing the resilience that we're seeking.
Yeah, I beg to disagree. This is unconvincing, because if you connect all the heat pumps together, you get far more resilience than connecting heat pumps with boilers.
That's certainly not the position of the design team in this instance.
So you said that's not the position?
No, they've been put forward as the most resilient measure. Gas boilers are very simple. They are very tested and tried on residential heat networks and are a very known quantity.
Okay, I can't recall off the top of my head. Are there any conditions to do with the operation of the boilers? I can't remember.
No.
Sorry, if I may comment there, ma'am. What we're saying here is that we're trying as much as possible to get away from using fossil fuels. Yeah, in the short term, in the medium term, and definitely in the long term. So that's the point I'm trying to make. Yes, boilers are good. They're very well tried and tested. They're simpler, and frankly, they are cheaper. So I could see how decisions might have been influenced by all those factors. But if you're looking ahead, if we're trying to do what we're trying to preach others to do, then that's a good starting point. Thank you.
So you're saying essentially that the same point that you made before, that it's okay as far as it goes, but they could have done better.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So does that cover points 1, 2 and 3 on the agenda?
Yeah.
I think so, ma'am, but if you allow me just 2 seconds to look at my notes. Thank you. No, I think that is it, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move on to item 4 then, that's air quality.
Okay, and we'll have a change of personnel. Sorry, we now move on to those guests. Musical chairs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's Miss Guest, yes?
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello there.
And good afternoon, everybody.
So, do you want to just give us an overview of your concerns in relation to air quality then, please?
Right. Well, I've been living in this area for 50 years, particularly in this part of Osterley for 40 years. And for the last, I suppose, 6-7 years, we've become really quite concerned as a group about the poor air quality on the Great West Road corridor, and also the junction of the Great West Road with Scion Lane. There's always build-up of traffic in the mornings, occasions when we have rugby matches at Twickenham and so on, we get major congestion, and it's been actually recently quite handy to have a mask in your pocket that you can actually put that on if you're cycling along the Great West Road near here. We were very concerned when 2 schools were proposed to be developed and built in Scion Lane and McFarlane Lane back in 2015. And we were concerned that the children travelling to the schools would be exposed to poor air quality. So we were asking the Borough of Hounslow people to actually measure the level of air pollution in this area, because we felt that it was possibly a risk factor to expose yet more children to the already poor air quality that's general in Hounslow. Hounslow is part of the air quality management system, and therefore, and it is, you can only walk around the junction here, and you can smell it basically. And some days it's really awful, and there's some days when it's not so bad, especially if there's a good wind blowing. So it's a dangerous. It's a polluted junction. It's congested. It's also got a very poor safety record, and certainly I have a number of friends who do not drive across Gillette Corner. They avoid it. If they're going to cross the Great West Road, they do not cross at Gillette Corner. They just find it really frightening. So, and that obviously there's an accident record as well, which I haven't got the details of. Anyway, back in 2015, 2016, 2017, we were asking the council, would they please do some measurements of air quality at Gillette Corner, and nothing happened, basically. By luck, I happened to get to know somebody working with Friends of the Earth, and he was able to get me some diffusion tubes which measure nitrogen dioxide. And I was able to then access also these, the analysis of the results of these deployment of these diffusion tubes. So on 2 occasions in 2018, in the summer before the first school was actually going to be built, so the traffic levels were as they were, you know, for some time, I put some tubes up and got them analysed by the company called Gradco, which issues these tubes and does all the analysis afterwards and then gives you the results. And I did a second batch later in the year, once the school had opened in Scion Lane in 2018. And both those sets of data showed really alarming levels of nitrogen dioxide, which is in itself is a risk factor for particularly young lungs, but also it's an indication of other pollutants, particularly from traffic and so on, that we're concerned about, like the particulates, PM10s and PM2.5s. Anyway, those figures that we got for Gillette Corner and a few other surrounding roads, even coming up Scion Lane as well, were giving figures up to 50% more than the current, at that time, the EU, UK guidance limits for annual mean levels of nitrogen dioxide, which is has been 40 for quite a long time. So 40 micrograms per cubic meter of nitrogen dioxide were being recorded at those sites. So being conscious of air quality being poor at Gillette Corner, and London Borough of Hounslow environmental people were conscious of, and we told them our results, in fact. So they would have been conscious of the fact that they are proposing to put a lot of homes adjacent to very high levels of air pollution. And this would go against policy, the local policy, London Borough of Hounslow's Air Quality Action Plan, which was cover from 2018 to 2023. That's document CD 10.56. Also goes against the London Plan Policy GG3, which is the CD 6.2.53, and also against the London Plan Policy SI1, which is the reference CD 6.2.11. And basically, with the knowledge that the Homebase site is very adjacent to known air pollution, the ambition from the very start should have been for the new development to be air quality positive, as opposed to what they're claiming currently, that it will be air quality neutral. So all the words that are said about protecting the public and the residents of the London Borough of Hounslow to be protected from high levels of air pollution. We've got the proposals here, particularly for the Homebase site, to be building 473 homes and a large supermarket at a very busy junction, which has very high levels of air pollution. Now, one could say that over time, as vehicle emissions and people switch to electric cars and the use of diesel engines and so on, and new regulations dissuading people from driving using fossil fuel powered vehicles, that will improve. But you still get lots of PMs, that's particulates, from any moving vehicles, from electric vehicles, from all the other hybrids and so on. You've got the brake linings, you've got the tires, the dust, and so on. So it's not just fossil fuel that's polluting our air. It's a big contributor in an urban environment, but it's definitely not the only source of pollution. I could mention the aircraft, but I'll leave that for slightly later.
Okay, Thank you.
Just one more thing. Since July last year, the organisation Breathe London installed a node which right on the apex, the southeastern corner of the junction at Gillette Corner, and that has been providing data continuously on nitrogen dioxide levels and PM 2.5 levels. Those are the very fine particles, which actually it seems medical people are beginning to realise that those are actually more insidiously dangerous than the bigger ones, the PM10s.
Yep.
And our Appendix J, the air quality graphs at Gillette Corner, we have been, I think, recording 1 week every month since last July. And you will see there how the peaks and troughs of nitrogen dioxide and PM 2.5s, they do go at times alarmingly high. In actual fact, today, I just checked the live data today at Gillette Corner. The actual overall air quality is moderate rather than low, at a level of 3 on the map. And if you look at the graphs for Tuesday this week, the peaks of the PM 2.5s was 75 micrograms of PM 2.5s per cubic meter, which is actually about 15 times the new World Health Organization figures of 5 on an annual mean. And on Wednesday this week, nitrogen dioxide peaked at 150 micrograms per cubic meter, which is over three times higher than the old UK guidelines, but 15 times higher than the World Health Organization's new guidelines, which were brought in September 2021. So there's a real issue with air quality. We believe that we are exposing more people to poor air quality and the health implications that go along with exposing more people, meaning more health issues emanating from that. Going back to the applicant's environmental statement in 2020, that is CD 1.11.3, they did not resolve the likely air pollution problems at the very beginning of the process, the pre-application stage, as per government guidelines. So basically, they trusted somebody else to do the measurements, but not anywhere actually at Gillette Corner itself. But in the environmental statement, it has pointed out that if mitigation was necessary, filtered mechanical ventilation could be put in as a post-completion mitigation measure. And to me, that is totally unacceptable, to be mitigating something which should have been addressed at the very early stages of planning application for a site like, particularly a site like this. Is there anything else I wanted to say? But only really going back to the World Health Organization's decision to change their guidelines about air quality and air and the reduction that they've made in their guideline amounts. A lot of scientific evidence was coming forward over the last few years showing that the level of 40 micrograms of nitrogen dioxide per cubic meter was still damaging people in urban environments particularly, and therefore that's why they've cut their annual mean guideline level from 40 micrograms per cubic meter to 10 micrograms per cubic meter. These are not legally binding, they are aspirational effectively, but the fact that the science is telling them the damage that's being done, then we should be listening to this. And we should not be making health problems a big problem going forward when you're putting, well, with the two applications together, you're talking about 6,000 more residents in this very local area, which may end up having some serious illnesses from the effect of that. I know at some point in the applicant's documents they are predicting that traffic levels will reduce when these developments are in place, but I find that rather difficult to believe, because the A4 particularly is a really it's an absolute artery, main artery going into the centre of London from the west. It is always going to have lots of traffic on it. Scion Lane, because you've now got 2 schools at this end of Scion Lane and 3 schools at the bottom end of Scion Lane, there's inevitably at school times and morning times, there's huge amount of congestion that's building up, and also a huge number of people being exposed to whatever's in the air. I think that's probably more or less what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you very much. So there's quite a bit there to unpack. So I think it started off about the monitoring, and the monitoring being not at this precise location, and the figures that are used to inform the evidence were from further afield because there wasn't a monitoring point at Gillette Corner. So shall we start there? So is that you, Mr. Rusby?
I think it would be very, very helpful, ma'am, if we did it that way, if you would take the points that you've got, as rather than us respond, I think, point by point to what just heard. That would be great. And this is Mr. Rusby. Hello, Mr. Rusby.
Welcome. You're on mute.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody on the call. So yeah, if we start with the monitoring, if that's okay, as you suggested, ma'am. It's a pretty standard approach with respect to sort of air quality planning assessments, where there isn't monitoring close by, where you undertake a modelling exercise using sort of dispersion modelling software that's used across the UK planning system. You build this model in a dispersion model, and you predict concentrations at known points. So you predict your concentrations at areas where you've got a monitor. From there, you compare your modelled output to your predicted output, and then undergo a pretty rigorous and statistical analysis of this, providing it's an iterative process. So where there's an issue, you adjust the model, you fix the model, and you sort of reconsider all of your inputs. And then once you're satisfied and it meets the number of statistical tests which are set out in technical guidance, and also IAQM, the Institute of Air Quality Management guidance. Once you meet all of these tests, you then provide, you've got an adjustment factor to use in your model, and you use this factor on all the modelled output results. So that's a standard approach in all air quality planning assessments, and it's one that we used on this site. It's probably worth stating the monitors that we used were in quite close proximity with respect to the standard approach across the rest of the UK. So the nearest monitor was about 200 metres away, just south on Scion Lane from memory. and another monitor sort of further along the road. So yeah, this is a standard approach, and there is a rigorous statistical analysis that we do to confirm that our model is performing accurately and within the bounds of error that is acceptable in line with policy.
So did you look at did you compare your predicted results with the Breathe London actual results?
So the Breathe London point is a good one. So there's a number of sources of air quality monitoring data. Really, they can be sort of graded with confidence and how readily you should be able to use them. So, and our work used the local authority monitoring data. So this is monitoring data that goes back sort of 5 to 10 years. We've got year-on-year results and use the same lab that you used yourself. So yeah, use Gradco, and they send off the diffusion tubes from there. The Breathe London data, to sort of quote the website, utilize small sensors. So these are low-cost sensors, which, as the website states, are not as accurate as the reference grade analyzers that are used by local authority. It's not something we would ever traditionally use in planning. It doesn't meet the requirements, and it doesn't have the MCERT accreditation, which is a key accreditation when you look at air quality monitors, for example. So this isn't something that we would use typically, and we didn't use it in this assessment.
Okay, so is that the levels that it records are perhaps less reliable in your view? So yeah, would the peaks and troughs would be the same? It's just actually the actual recorded level at those points would be perhaps less reliable in your view?
Yeah, I mean, potentially the trends would follow. You're going to get peaks when there's congestion and queuing, and you're going to get quiet periods. I mean, pretty much all pollution follows like a diurnal profile. And I think one thing to bring up here that's really key is there was a lot of discussion around different limits, and also what a monitor is recording at a period of time versus the limit. So when we talk about the 40 microgram limit on NO2, which is enshrined by sort of EU and UK law, that is an annual average. So it must reflect the diurnal profile and the seasonality of pollutant concentrations. So it's never appropriate to compare a monitored concentration of, say, 140, which I think was mentioned earlier, to the limit of 40. It's also worth noting that the short-term limit, so when we do consider sort of hourly averages as opposed to annual means, you would look at a limit of 200. And yeah, you suggested earlier that 140, whilst high, is still not in exceedance with those short-term limits. As a bit of context to the high pollution episode that's going on across the UK at the moment, and it's been pretty well covered on The Guardian, which always has good air quality articles, but it's a result of sort of transboundary.
Other papers are available.
Yeah, they are. It's a result of transboundary sort of huge scale pollution coming in from Europe and large scale meteorological issues. Not something it's potentially worsened by local sources, but it doesn't provide an accurate picture of air quality conditions at the site.
Okay. It was suggested that the development was in conflict with the council's air quality action plan and the two policies in the London plan, GG3 and S11, I think. Any views on that about conflict with the policies? I appreciate that might be for the planning witnesses in due course, but is there anything you wanted to say about compliance with the air quality action plan and the London plan policies?
So the assessment follows and is in line with both local and regional policy. I think one thing to note, there was a bit of discussion around air quality positivity and an air quality positive approach. This is something that's very much being developed in London at the moment. It's obviously within the new London plan. At the time of writing the document and even now, there is no frozen guidance as to what an air quality positive project looks like. The current guidance is in consultation. However, at the time of writing, there was no guidance whatsoever. But with that as a slight exception due to lack of guidance, the rest of the assessment is in line with policy.
Right. Can I just come in on on that point with the policy. So just to kind of, I mean, it's on the back of the methodology points that Connor has been talking about. Just to clarify, in terms of the findings of both air quality assessments, they were that both sites were suitable for residential use and that the levels were below those national objective levels. So just to direct you to the relevant references, so paragraph 11.126 of the Homebase air quality assessment, which is CD 1.11.3. So there they have the highest concentration there as being 36 compared to 40. And in the Tesco assessment, the key reference is table 8.9, which actually sets out the results of monitoring that was done around the Tesco site. And there, the highest monitoring result in that area was 31.8, which was on Cyan Lane towards the Gillette building, and below, well below the objectives around the actual site where the residential was proposed. So clear conclusions there that both sites were suitable for residential use. In terms of
CD reference for that one, please. The second one.
Just bear with me. CD 2.5.2.
Thank you. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, in terms of being considering air quality from the outset as well, a key point, even though we had the conclusions about the suitability of the sites for residential use, it was a consideration in terms of the design, particularly on the home-based development, where it's recognised that the pollutant levels, even though below thresholds, are going to be higher closer to the Great West Road. So a design response with setting the residential up higher on top of the podium, and also setting the homes back from the road as well, in order to create the best possible living conditions for those residents. So that those homes in closest proximity to the Great West Road are at least 7.8 metres up, and the home-based assessment obviously takes that into account in terms of the location when they're measuring the receptors. And just to make one final point, just in terms of the overall the assessment, is obviously based on the daily traffic flows, which was something that was touched upon in the discussion earlier. So, excuse me, key reference there is insert 10.1 from the transport assessments. So CD 4.8 is the Tesco transport assessment, which considers the cumulative effect. And there it sets out the net decreases in daily traffic flows, which are obviously a key part of the consideration of the air quality assessments.
Okay. I think the other point that came out from what Ms. Guest said was the differences between the WHO figures and the UK guidance. Anything you want to say about that?
I don't mind taking this one. I think really the current guidelines, as you suggested, that came out in September 2021. The guidelines are an aspirational target. That was stated, I think, and it's not something that's possible to be assessed on a site-by-site basis. They're not really, in the short to medium term, legal or policy objectives. And with NO2 specifically, that 10 limit, whilst aspirational, and as an air quality consultant, something that I want to see, the majority of the UK is an exceedance of that at the moment. So, I mean, yeah, all of our work is in line with the UK air quality objectives, which are based off the World Health Organization limits from 2005, which is set out in the EU directive as well.
Okay. Thank you. Did I pick up everything there that you mentioned, Ms. Guest?
Yes, I've heard the answers. I would say though that as far as putting the residential properties above podium level, 7.8 meters above the ground level, the thing is those residents are not going to stay there all the time. They have to go down to the ground floor to get anywhere, to go to school, to go to work, to do their shopping. So it's not as though you're protecting them for 100% of the time. They are exposed every time they go anywhere. Even if, you know, where they are on a balcony, sort of 20 meters above the ground, they are going to have to run the gamut of crossing the road, going to school, going to work, cycling along the Great West Road, whatever it is. They are going to be exposed. What else was I going to say? The traffic, I still feel that the predictions on traffic levels are difficult to understand, because I do feel that is an optimistic view, very optimistic view. I think it. But yeah, I've been here 50 years.
As I understood from the evidence that we heard earlier this morning, is that the traffic for the Tesco's site, traffic generated, is moved to the Homebase site, so there's no overall increase, and in fact some reduction because of there not being the petrol station, which generated some of its own traffic. Yeah. But also the number of parking spaces, limitations on those limits the number of vehicles that can be using the site. So that was how I understood some of the evidence this morning anyway. So that would explain a reduction in traffic, even though there's bigger floor space, if you like.
Can I just make a point about the increased use of taxis, Ubers and so on? People are resorting to using an Uber to go to do their shopping if they haven't got a car, rather than pay to have a delivery to their home. So there might be more Ubers turning up for people to do their shopping and then come out and call the Uber again to take them away. So there's been quite a change in the way people live their lives with COVID and everything else. There are more people who get groceries delivered at home now than they had before, but there are also an increase in number of people who do not have a car, can't afford a car, can't park a car, and they have to get rid of a car because they can't park it, and they're using Ubers. And so to do a big, a weekly shop for a family of 4 people, you're not going to be able to do that on your bike.
No. Okay. Anything else on air quality?
Have I said everything?
One issue.
No.
One issue.
Do you want to change here? Yeah. So we've got one change of chairs again.
Yeah.
One more
Okay.
issue.
Right. One more. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mark.
Okay. I think just before we have the additional point, could we just come back on one or two very short points to finish off that section, Mr. Rusby? You've got a point.
Yeah, there was just
I think we're still on air quality. I didn't think we'd moved off it, but yeah.
No, quite. But before we had a new air quality point.
Sorry.
Yeah, just responding to the first point before the discussion around traffic, around exposure at 7 meters versus exposure at ground level. So the objectives and the limits are based on your exposure time. So those more stringent criteria are based off long-term exposure. So when we talk about the 40 microgram target, you're looking at anywhere where an individual is expected to spend more than 24 hours. So a residential unit is a perfect example of that. However, those when you're walking along sort of Scion Lane and the Great West Road, your exposure time is much shorter, so those limits are not quite as stringent, and it goes back to that 200 microgram criteria, which I touched upon briefly. So when considering exposure, there are objectives that are relevant to your length of exposure, and the objectives are far higher when the exposure is shorter.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Zikri, I think you had something to say on air
Yeah,
quality.
thank you, ma'am. This is just a very short remark on something that Mrs. Guest has mentioned about monitoring. And this is to do with the supplementary statement for roundtable matters, actually. Page 17, last paragraph, Bureau Happel said that prior to the occupation of the development, diffusion tube monitoring will be undertaken at the proposed development, etc., etc. And then they're saying that if the levels of pollutants are found to be exceeded, ventilation systems need to be installed to deal with this issue. Now, I've got two very simple points to make on that.
Before you do, Mr. Zikri, what page number did you say in the statement?
Page 17.
17 of 70?
I think it's page 17.
I couldn't see. Page 17 doesn't deal. That's
last paragraph.
Privacy and outlook.
Supplementary statement on roundtable matters, Appendix 7.
Oh, you didn't. It's Appendix 7. Oh, sorry then.
My apologies. Appendix 7, page 17.
That's been withdrawn, as I understand it.
Oh.
Oh.
Why?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
I think it was submitted in error or something.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because what I'm saying has been included in Section 106 agreement, which is to monitor pollution levels prior to occupation. And the point made by Mrs. Guest is that this is too late. You should have done that at the pre-application stage. And any remedial work that was suggested, which is to have mechanical ventilation with filtration, is just not on, because you're dealing with NOx, trying to deal with NOx and PM 2.5 particles. Well, NOx, you can't get rid of NOx unless you go through a chemical process like you have in your catalyzer. And PM 2.5 is very small to capture with commercially available filters, certainly on the commercial market for residential. So it seems to us that should have happened before you even consider putting the development and developing it in that manner. So these are the 2 points that I'd like to make, ma'am. And thank you for listening.
Okay. Mr. Rusby?
I think, ma'am, in relation to Appendix 7, we're not going to say anything further about that because, as you identified, that was withdrawn. That's not, in fact, in front of you in the Secretary of State anymore. So I don't think, unless Mr. Roberts wants to say anything, there's anything further to say on those points.
That was about that. But what about the point about that Mr. Zikri was making about it being too late? The measures that are secured by condition, that if necessary, then mechanical ventilation could be used. And he's saying that that wouldn't address the NOx and the PM 2.5 pollution.
I don't know whether Mr. Rusby wants to say anything about that point.
I can jump in very quickly on that.
Yeah.
The condition. I think what we're actually saying is that the measurements have been taken, the analysis has been done, and the situation is fine, it's acceptable. So that's a line in the sand. What the condition is saying is that sometimes things change, and just to safeguard against potential change further down the line, there's that safeguard in place. So it's not a case of doing the analysis late. Analysis has been done. It's an additional safeguard to ensure that if circumstances change over time, protection can be put in place.
Yeah, precisely. And just to add to that, there is a number of filtration options that are acceptable for use in this situation, and it's often used in across the capital where air quality is a real concern.
both for NOx and 2.5? Yeah, but certainly that ought to be avoided in highly populated areas like this.
It's worth noting that the PM 2.5 levels are well under air quality objectives, so PM 2.5 isn't a concern. Where we have had concerns on other schemes with NO2, there's a number of filtration options on the market that effectively filter and supply clean air to residential units.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm very conscious of
one question about Appendix 7. Am I right in understanding that Appendix 7 has been removed altogether?
That's my understanding. It was submitted in error.
Yeah,
It's been withdrawn.
and we don't know the reason because it contains other stuff. It's not only about air quality.
It's up to individuals what documents they put in.
Okay.
And I don't know what the reason was, but the appellant decided that it was submitted in error.
Okay, thank you.
Can't help you further with that one, sorry. 2, 3. Okay, so next on the agenda is wind and the wind climate at the development. My reading of the environmental statement, I think it's chapter 13. I just had some questions there about residual effects. So there were 1, 2, 3, 5, I think they're called probe points, where you've got the spontaneous cleaning. There's 5 probe points where it says outstanding comfort exceedances would persist. I think a couple of them, some of those are off-site, and so it said that they would persist and they could be dealt with at a more detailed design stage. But we are at a detailed design stage, and some of those points were off-site. So I just wanted to understand a bit more first about how they would be addressed.
Yeah, shall I come in on that? So yeah, so the process that they went through is obviously assessed the wind conditions without any mitigation initially in their wind tunnel testing, and then they put in proposed mitigation in terms of landscaping and screening, and then retested, and that's the position that's given in that assessment. So it represents a worked up form of mitigation, but not necessarily the final form. You know, yes, it's a detailed application, but there is a condition that's proposed to be attached to address the finer points of the kind of landscaping design. So as you rightly say, there were five locations. Of those, one was a balcony.
It wasn't just the one balcony, was it? It's the stack of balconies.
On block B2, yeah.
Yes.
And then the other 4 were on the streets, so either on Great West Road or on the corner of Cyan Lane as well. So some within the site boundary, and then there was ones by the bus stop on the other side of the road as well.
Yeah, so I understand that. It's the off-site ones, given that they're off-site on land not in control of the applicant. How do you propose to address those at detailed stage?
Well, in terms of there are public realm improvements that are being delivered as part of the Section 106 that cover that area, including the area on the corner just outside the site boundary. So there are works that are associated with the development that are being delivered, and as part of that detailed design and the landscaping within there, they can consider measures to address those wind issues.
So all the off-site points where there was some harm identified are within the public areas of public realm improvements to do with the scheme. They're not any further afield.
The one exception is the bus stop on the northern side of the Great West Road. So there's one location on the northern side.
So then my question again, how are you going to mitigate harm there, given that it's not in your control?
Well, in terms of harm as well, we should categorize that these are not safety issues, they are comfort issues. So in terms of being one level above on that, the Lawson comfort criteria. So it's not raising significant issues of safety. But as I say, that the ones that are within the public realm works would be considered as part of the detailed landscaping design.
I think there was an issue of safety at the Tesco's entrance, I think, but
not having taken into consideration the mitigation measures.
Okay, so for the bus stop then on the north side, you're telling me that there isn't anything that can be done there?
Well, there's nothing within the public realm works that we've drawn up. It can be discussed with the wind consultant and with the local authority to see in terms of design of the bus stop. I don't know, but in terms of the application, we're addressing the ones that were in our control.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Zikri, then, are you talking on this?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I'd like to refer to the wind microclimate for Homebase. This is core document 1.11.4. And unfortunately, this document is unpaginated. So I have to refer to item numbers, if I may, to be able to flag up my remarks.
Sorry, can you just give me that reference again? CD?
Yes, this is CD 1.11.4, wind microclimate.
I don't have a CD 1.11.
It's
CD,
okay.
I've got it.
You've got it? Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
11.4. Got it.
Yeah,
sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. That's okay. Item 30, I'm sorry, it's unpaginated, so I'm referring to item numbers now. So item 13.182.
Yeah.
Yeah, that says there would be 8 locations with instances of strong wind at podium and roof terraces, amenity spaces. And to be precise, these are probes on the wind tunnel test 105, 109, 112, 120, 124, 129, 131, and 133. Mitigation measures would be required to reduce the occurrence of strong winds to make them safe for use during the summer. So we're understanding by this that will only be safe for use during the summer. The rest of the year, not so. Then going on to item 13.52, it says it is expected that use of outdoor space, amenity spaces, and rooftop terraces sitting will be limited to the summer season only. During the winter, it would be expected that these spaces will increase a criteria level to standing. So this is on the Lawson scale, as you all know. Item 13.85 says wind conditions at podium level amenity space would range from suitable for sitting to strolling use during the summer season, after applying mitigation measures. And then it goes on to the mitigation measures. For the podium, we're talking about solid balustrade 1.5 meter high, plus 6 solid screens 4 meter high by 1.5 meter wide.
What paragraph are you on?
That is on table 13.3, table of significance, wind microclimate.
What is that? Can you give me given that we've got no pagination, a paragraph number that's near?
It's table 13.3. I couldn't find anything other than that.
Is there a paragraph that precedes it?
Page 36 in the document.
36 of the electronic document. Thank you.
Ma'am, the table is right at the end of the document.
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. So if you look there, the page, which is the penultimate page on the table section, it says yeah, if you just bear with me a second, actually, because yeah, it's right at the end, the last part of the table, which is the very last table before the references. And if you look against podium level, there's roof terraces and podium levels. Yeah? You got that?
Hold on. I've got podium level and roof terraces, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. This is what I'm referring to. So it says that, just to summarize, for the podium level, you need 1.5 high balustrades plus 6 solid screens, 4 meter high by 1.5 meter wide. And for roof terraces, 1.1 meter high balustrade plus 2 meter deep canopy. So the point I'd like to make there is that this is an amenity area that you'd expect residents to use it the same way as you use a park and all that. So two issues there. The first issue, that none of those mitigation measures, which are physically quite substantial, none of them has been shown on the architect drawing. And also, one would question the pleasantness of areas like that are enclosed as opposed from being open spaces. And the architect drawings I'm referring to are in the architect proof of evidence, page 80, figure 5.41. And figure 5.40. I think one of them is.
Sorry, right, Mr. I've got the drawings pack.
Yeah, I've got it too. I've got a hard copy.
Where are you taking me in there?
Yeah, it's page 80 and 81.
There's not that many pages in it. Are you talking about Homebase or the Tesco site?
Homebase.
Homebase site.
Homebase. Hold on, we're just getting hold of it.
Yeah. Sorry, I've got.
It's the architect's proof of evidence.
Yeah. It's architect proof of evidence.
It's the proof, not the pack of drawings.
No, not the pack of drawings. The.
Okay. So sorry, tell me the page numbers again.
Yeah. So
page 80 and 81.
80 and 81, ma'am. They're facing pages. They're facing each other. Yeah. So if you look at the two plans that the architect has shown in his proof of evidence, none of that is shown. The balustrade, the 4 meter high screens, the 2 meter canopy, none of that is shown. There's many artists' impression of other things, but not an artist's impression of being cloistered with screens and balustrades.
Okay, but wouldn't they come more in the elevations rather than floor plans?
Yeah, but none of that is shown here, ma'am, in the proof of evidence. Thank you.
Can I give a reference?
Sorry, who's that speaking?
Yeah.
Hello,
Mr. Roberts, was it? Sorry,
yeah.
yes.
Can I? Yeah, sorry. Thank you, ma'am. Can I just give a reference? Yeah. So in the bundle of useful plans, so ID 1.15 for Homebase, and you go to the elevation on page 34 of that document.
Are the plans numbered? No, the page is numbered. Going to where?
It's page 34 on the electronic.
What's the?
It's the elevation, northwest elevation from the Great West Road.
Is it plan number 0004?
0004, yeah.
Revision P07, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So what you see is 3 vertical screens with spaces between them, sitting between block A and block B1.
Yeah.
That is the visual representation of part of those screens, and then the next there's a kind of staggered next layer of another 3 screens which sit behind that. So they are incorporated into the landscape design. They are incorporated into the drawings.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. But ma'am, if I can just reiterate the comment I made earlier, the fact that the use of those spaces seem to be limited to the summer, which is not surprising, but is very restrictive.
Mr. Roberts.
Well, it's certainly not the case that the use is only restricted to the summer, and it's designed to be used throughout the year.
That is at variance with what the report says.
This is going back to paragraphs 13.52, 13.85 and 13.182.
Yes.
Yeah, which I don't see that it says that the podium space is not to be used in the summer. It's just setting different comfort criteria relating to the seasons. And that's obviously the standard approach of the wind consultants. It's not saying that it's not to be used at any time of year.
But sorry to labor the point, but it doesn't mean that it's comfortable to be used during other times.
So I think Mr. Zikri is asking where does it say that it would be comfortable to use in the not in the summer? Where is that assessed?
Well, they've carried out different assessments for the summer and for the winter, and come to the conclusion that there are no significant adverse effects, no issues of strong wind or safety throughout the year, and those 5 locations where it does exceed the comfort criteria, as we said, they didn't relate to the podium garden.
Okay, Mr. Zikri?
Yeah, I remain unconvinced, I'm afraid, because it's not saying that in the report, and I'm not surprised he's not saying it.
There's somewhere in the report you can take us to, Mr. Roberts, where it shows that it was assessed for outside the summer months.
I would have to look, but as far as I understand, they're assessing the summer and the winter separately.
I've just I've just happened to have a page up, paragraphs 13.115, pedestrian comfort. So it says wind conditions around the development with the proposed landscaping and wind mitigation measures range from suitable for sitting to walking use during the windiest season. So you might imagine that would be winter maybe. And then the next paragraph then looks specifically at the summer season. I don't know. I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but
and being
season would be the winter, would it, I presume?
Yeah, and it's saying that the during the summer season the wind conditions are either the same category or one category calmer. So it's assessed separately, and there's no higher levels of comfort then.
Okay. Anything else on that, Mr. Zickery?
Sorry, ma'am. We need just to concentrate on the podium rather than around the site.
Okay, sorry, it just happened to be the page that was up on my screen. That's...
Yeah. I'm sorry, ma'am.
So where are we looking then? Where are you taking us?
This one. Locations.
Yeah, but we mentioned that before. The 8 locations. The bit that concerns us is the item 13.182, where they say it would be 8 locations with instances of strong wind at podium and roof terraces. So my comment here is not around the site. My comment here is around amenity areas where people are expected A, to spend time, B, to enjoy, and C, to feel comfortable.
So just to clarify, that paragraph 13.182 is referring to the results without the mitigation.
Yeah, understand that. And this why it starts by saying there'll be strong winds, but with mitigation measures, they'll be just about acceptable for summer use. And actually, if you there's another reference here.
That's Tesco.
Yeah, that's the Tesco site. No, I think that's it. The only other point, ma'am, that I wish to make is that keeping away from the amenity areas, the Tesco entrance, the results of the wind tunnel testing show that there have been very strong winds there, and the wind consultant is proposing a very large canopy. And going back to the discussion this morning about the width of the pavement near the Tesco entrance, the side which is nearer the A4 is going to be narrower than the side on the Sand Lane side. So it's just adding to the difficulties or the unpleasantness, if you like, where you have a narrow pavement and you have a very large canopy to try to protect you from wind. Just uninviting as an entrance to celebrate getting into a shop. Just a remark.
Is there anything you want to say, Mr. Roberts?
Only in conclusion that the points we discussed earlier about there being no strong winds after mitigation, and then just to refer back to that table 13.3 that Mr. Zickery took us to earlier, which has got the summary of the results. including the results after mitigation, and it can see there in terms of the amenity spaces, roof terraces, podiums, balconies, all negligible effect after mitigation.
Okay, what about the street environment on the A4 elevation of the Tesco's?
Well, that's part of the landscaping design where they've mitigated in to ensure no strong winds. And the detailed design of that landscaping, as with the other landscaping within the scheme, would all be subject to discussion and agreement with Hounslow as part of the discharge of the relevant condition.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
Sorry, ma'am. I don't think my point has been understood. I'm trying to say there's a proposal to have a large canopy at the entrance of the Tesco store, and the part of the pavement that is on the A4 side is narrower, much narrower than the one on the Sand Lane side. So I'm not talking about adding vegetation and things as part of your wind calming measures. I'm talking about the environment that people will be experiencing, standing on that pavement, walking onto the pavement, and trying to enter in the shop.
So you're concerned that the canopy would extend more or less the width of the footway along that frontage?
Yeah, and the quality of the general quality of the environment that you know, is supposed to be celebrating the entrance of a big store.
Okay. Is there anything you need to say in response to that, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Smith?
No, I would only perhaps refer, just in terms of the space on the corner, just refer in the useful bundle of plans, that's ID 1.15. There is a landscape plan that shows the extent of the building there. So that's on page 27, but nothing further to add there.
Does that include the canopy?
Yeah, the wind mitigation measures are part, as illustrated before, as part of the design already in.
But the landscaping plan shows the footprint of the building. Mr. Zikri says that the wind mitigation includes a canopy. That doesn't, I'm not sure that appears on that. What plan does the canopy appear on that would give me a sense of how large the canopy is?
It's my understanding that the wind mitigation measures that were recommended by the consultant have been incorporated into both the planning drawings and the draft landscaping scheme.
So is it shown on general arrangement plan ground floor?
If sorry, if I may.
No, it's the.
It is shown on the elevation. If you go to the southwest Sign Lane elevation at page 31 of the bundle of plans.
Yeah, I don't. The paper bundle isn't paginated. Right, so which page am I going to? I've numbered them all now.
It was page 31 on the electronic, which is the southwest elevation, so of Sign Lane. So you can see there the canopy and the extent that it would project from the facade of the building, which
is it's shown on the ground floor plan on page 8. there's a dashed, that's where I was looking, in front of the lobby, around that corner, there's a dashed projection that would reflect the canopy that shows on that elevation, I think. Have you seen that, Mr. Zikri? You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry, you couldn't see it, no. Yeah.
Yes.
But we trust your judgment, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. It doesn't show it going along, returning along the frontage. It's just around the lobby entrance. That's all, rather than along the street, along that footway along the Great West Road.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Then lastly, we've got glare.
Ma'am, if I may, that should be a very short topic, actually. And may I refer you to core document 3.8.1, unpaginated, but it's, no, sorry, paginated, but paragraph 12.5, page 31.
Sorry, I missed that reference. Could I have it again?
CD 3.8.1.
Yeah.
It's the Homebase non-technical summary amendment.
Yeah, page 31, paragraph 12.5. And can I also refer you to the image in the architect proof of evidence, the famous drawing on page 103, figure 5.139.
That's the photo.
Yeah, that's the photo. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. All what I wanted to say is that the applicant has acknowledged the safety problem of solar glare from the proposed highly glazed buildings on the Homebase site, but has not provided solution to eliminate it or substantially reduce it. And the paragraph which I mentioned says, it's a short paragraph, so I read it if I may. The annual sequence images showed that there was the potential for solar glare to occur to the road users traveling north to northwest along Sign Lane, northeasterly along Northumberland Avenue, and turning southeasterly onto Sign Lane from Great West Road, as well as the train drivers traveling from southwesterly and in northeasterly direction to the south of the site. So there's an acknowledgement there that there is a glare problem. And if we try to combine that with the fact that the A4 is a fast moving 6-lane road, actually, you know, the hazard that presents, the glare that comes from the building is very worrying. And for some reason, the consultant seemed to have changed his mind by following with another study saying, however, further detailed assessments at these locations showed that any effect can likely be considered to either negligible or at worst minor adverse, which is not considered significant. Now, our view here is that we remain unconvinced that glare of any kind that might cause accident or fatalities even should be ignored.
Okay.
And by the way, ma'am, you know, just to be accurate on that, the shape of the building on the ground floor, which seemed to be, according to Mr. Patel, the highly glazed element, you know, affects everybody on the A4, on the south, Sign Lane South, Sign Lane North, and so on. So we remain unconvinced with what's been reported, and we're concerned about any consequences that would have on drivers and cyclists, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything, Mr. Smith, Mr. Roberts, that you want to say?
I can jump in quickly if that's okay, Ma'am. I think probably the last sentence of that paragraph is the key one, isn't it? Where the author says that they've carried out further detailed analysis. We have, as we've discussed this morning, consulted both TfL as the Highways Authority and South West Rail and Network Rail, and they would be the people who would be telling us if they were concerned about glare, and they're the people that look at the reporting, and no concerns were raised, Ma'am.
If I may say so, the annual sequence of images showed completely different results. So something must have changed to for this end sentence to be added to the report, and without having the opportunity to get an expert to corroborate that, it is very difficult to be convinced.
So if I can just come in on that. So the paragraphs that you're referring to are the non-technical summary, which just give a kind of an overview of the results. So the detail is not there. So if I can give you the references, it's in CD 1.11.1, the daylight sunlight chapter for Homebase, and paragraphs 12.181 is where they first discuss the annual sequence images that you've referenced, where they it's like an initial stage of assessment where they identify the potential. So then they go on then to assess it in more detail, which is the calendar graph assessments of those 6 assessment points. The results of those are in paragraphs 12.183 through to 12.189, and that's where they inform the conclusion about it being negligible or at worst minor adverse. So that's there is a detailed assessment that's been carried out by an expert to come to that conclusion that it's negligible. And then obviously it was discussed in Mr. Patel's evidence as well that through the selection of detailed materials, clearly the qualities, including the glare potential, would be a factor in the choice of the materials then. But the results of the analysis are that it's negligible or at worst minor adverse.
Ma'am, may I ask a question there? What happened between the first study and the second study? Like, for argument's sake, have mitigation measures been applied, like reducing the areas of glass, treating the glass? Because without the assumptions that have been made, it's extremely difficult to understand the conclusions. Unless you accept that an expert, an independent expert, will go and look at it and corroborate what's been said or otherwise. This is a serious issue for drivers, for ambulance, lorry drivers, everybody.
Yeah. So just to reiterate the same point, really, it's not the same assessment twice where something has changed in between. The calendar graph assessment is a more detailed assessment which has reached that conclusion.
So why was it done like that in the first place?
So they undertake the annual sequence images first to identify potential, and then when there is potential, they undertake the more detailed calendar graph assessments, and that's what's shown there to be negligible or at worst minor adverse effects.
So you're saying that that would stand to scrutiny if necessary?
Absolutely, it's been undertaken by a professional daylight consultant that's come to that conclusion, and it's been assessed by Hounslow.
Yeah, sorry, that's not my question. My question, not by whom it's been undertaken, but would you accept that if necessary can stand to scrutiny by an independent consultant?
Yeah,
and it is an independent consultant. You obviously haven't read it, so I think the answer is if you want to find out the detail of the exercise, Mr. Roberts has referred you to the relevant part of the environmental statement, which sets out the two-stage exercise. That's where you'll find the answer.
Okay. Did you get the reference to the paragraphs, Mr. Zikri?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Was there anything else?
No, thank you.
No. Okay. So that finishes the roundtable sessions then for today. So we'll start tomorrow. We're not doing character and appearance. That's postponed now till after the heritage evidence. So we've got housing mix on one session and then living conditions on the other session. So what time do we want to resume tomorrow morning? So when we at the end of play yesterday, it wasn't clear that we would get through all that we have today. So I'm happy to start at 9:30, or we can start a little bit later if that suits others.
I think we're all set up for 9:30.
9:30 is fine.
Thank you
Okay.
very much, ma'am.
All right. Is there anything else then before I adjourn for today?
Thank you.
No, madam. Thank you.
Thank you very much then. We'll adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.